Hello and welcome to Grasshoppers RFC. And we are here for a very special evening of schools rugby, the Oratory Derby. 3 games back to back for you. Under 16s in just a couple of moments time. The second 15s at 6:15 p.m. and the first 15s at 7:30 p.m. We've already had 2 games as well. The under 14s, the under 15s. They went the way of London Oratory in completely nail-biting encounters. Now we move towards the older lads. Last year, across the 5 fixtures, it was even Stevens. 2 wins for the Oratory, 2 for London Oratory, and 1 draw. But mainly, it was excitement all the way. And I'm joined for this one by Mikey Hennessy, head of rugby at the Oratory. And Mikey, a very special evening ahead of us after what's been a special day already.
Yeah, a real highlight of our season, Angus. Something we look forward to every year. It's our 3rd year down here at Grasshoppers Rugby Club and our 3rd year working with NextGen to stream the game. So really looking forward to these matches ahead.
We certainly are, and it's the Oratory that got us started. They're playing from right to left. They're gold and black hoops. London Oratory in possession in red and black. And you'll see a few players with different shirts on, such as the way of school rugby, hey? Maul is created on the 10-metre line. Goes to ground though, ball will come back. Referee playing advantage. And London Oratory will look to play in. They make a little bit of ground there. Fast hands intercepted by the Oratory, so we'll come back for the penalty. Fast-paced start here at Grasshoppers RFC. And Mikey, this is, I guess, you know, it's all about competition on the pitch, but a game like this, a scenario like this, it's about the experience of the boys as well, as much as anything else, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We've tried to make our sort of rugby experience as positive as possible down through the school and not just sort of focus on the top-end senior team. So a real opportunity here for the boys to play under the lights at a great venue at Grasshoppers Rugby Club and for their friends and family to be able to watch them streamed on YouTube. So I know there's been a lot of excitement in the school about today, and I'm sure the boys are all looking forward to it.
They certainly are. They certainly are. Had the opportunity to chat to a few of the players up in the bar earlier. Over a coffee, I should hasten to add.
I was slightly worried. Some of them are already 18, so I was keeping an eye on them, but most of them still looking to play later, I think.
London Oratory line out. Comes down safely. Moving up towards the 22. Now they'd look to release this back line. Marco D'Amico took that one in from fly half.
Rudy Derbyshire inside centre here for the Oratory, working really hard in defence. Looked like a big tackle.
Defence swarming around London Oratory's attack. Robert Power, the skipper, in the outside centre shirt for London Oratory. But it's been taken by the Oratory. They run off the scrum half and a big tackle comes in. Now the boot comes in high, hanging above the floodlights. That one goes. It's a really wonderful take under the high ball. That one was swirling about like nobody's business, but no advantage coming. And Oratory will have a penalty midway between the 22 and the 10-metre line. And a chance, really for the first time, to try and just set something up here. 3 minutes in, and a moment's calm. A pretty decent nudge as well. 5 or 6 metres into opposition territory. And the Oratory just going off their feet there at that ruck. Very hot on it.
Just watching the former first 15 coach, Mr. Ian Jordan, right in front of us here. I think his 25th year at coaching rugby at the Oratory, so a veteran of this fixture.
Knows a thing or two about the game, I'm sure. 25 years. You'll have seen some players in that time. Oratory. Oh, I thought they'd nick that line out, but concede a short arm penalty there. There's a little bit of a debate as to what the option is here. I think they are going to go to the corner. Which does suggest it possibly wasn't a short arm penalty. Referee's arm just not as straight as it might have been.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for the London Oratory because they did well to get up at the front of the line out to turn the ball over. That seems to be some sort of misdemeanor at the tail, which has given the Oratory field position here.
I was evidently looking at the wrong part of the line out there. Oratory and Hector threatening the London Oratory line. Now they move it out to the wide channels. And Aitken Woods. Real opportunity here. Ball goes to ground, but it's still alive. Offloads coming in. Could be some space out on the far side if they can get the ball to it. They do. Stepping back inside goes Underhay. Almost up to the line. Scrambling defence from London Oratory. And they get the penalty as the result. Really sharp work in defence. But tidy work in attack too. Real ambition there in that attacking play.
Yeah, good play from Eddie Hector initially to open things up, and Aitken Woods carried well on the far side. I'm not sure how close Denzel Naughty on the left wing here was to having a free run in, but the ball couldn't quite work its way out to him.
With sharp work on the floor in defence. Necessary work as well. Potential try scoring chance. And the Oratory hooker taking a few extra inches infield there. Never gets policed anymore, that. Time was you had to throw in the line out for him off the field rather than a couple of yards inside, but these days, much like the straight put in at the scrum, grab a few extra inches. Messy ball, but London Oratory tidy it up and now find a little bit of space, and there could be a bit of an opening on this near side. Offload comes in and there is a bit of space down here. Offload City at the moment, but a foot in touch, and the Oratory will have a penalty. Bit of a debate here as to what exactly everyone wants to do. It's like a line out is what we finally settled upon. Will Wallet will throw in. Jamie Donovan, by the way, the Oratory skipper, wearing 8 today. As his fly half, AD Hector, launches that one. It's collected nicely in the backfield by London Oratory. Coached today by Mr. Gallagher. Set up for the box kick. Big towering box kick. The ball is loose, hacked through, an opening here perhaps. Foot race now for the line, but it's tidied up very, very nicely in the end by Denzel Naughty.
A great pressure release there for the London Oratory. Denzel Naughty struggling with the initial box kick, did well to recover, but a good outcome here for the London Oratory, the 5-metre attacking scrum.
Big opportunity this for London Oratory. 5-metre scrum. On the 15-metre line. Just enough blindside for the number 8 to think about having a rumble. But so much open side that they may look to open things out there.
Max, come round. Max, come round. There he is. Head.
Number 8 does have a rumble, goes around the corner, gets across the line, Jack Gallagher. But Lorenzo Benini, I do apologise, playing at 8, wearing 4. Lorenzo Benini breaks off the scrum, uses that blind side, and gives London Oratory the lead.
Where's the tee? Johnny, where's the...
And Mikey, he gets so wide so fast, doesn't he? He gets outside of the back row's reaches, really, by almost going on that sideways arc.
Yeah, really impressive finish from the number 8, say wearing 4. Really explosive off the base of that scrum. Just managed to get on the outside of Jamie O'Donovan, the captain, and then Max Schutz, the covering scrum half, and Denzel Naughty on the left wing, not able to deal with him. So a really strong, impressive finish there from the London Oratory.
I did mention at the start of the game that we're going to have a few interesting shirt numbers. As you can see there, we've got 2 number 4s on the field, but it was the number 8 in position rather than number on shirt, Lorenzo Benini, that got the score. And this is one of our 3 number 9s taking the conversion. Just drifts to the left-hand side, but London Oratory have a 5-0 lead.
JJ McCarthy actually did an excellent job putting a lot of pressure on the kicker there. It was almost our Chelson Colby moment. He was pretty close to charging that ball down.
I've been watching that Chelson Colby moment time and time again. I can't decide whether he's onside or offside. In that, I think he started on the try line, and if you start on the line, I think you're offside. Anyway, more of that later. London Oratory in possession, tails up, try to the good. The Oratory defence absolutely flying up off the line, forcing their opponents to come back inside. On the back foot now, though. But again, it's a big rush in defence, making life oh so difficult for the London Oratory fly half. Incredible line speed.
As you said, Angus, really trying hard to get off the line here. I'm not sure who it was that jumped off the line early, but the Oratory clearly trying to put London Oratory under a lot of pressure here and get off the line quickly, but just a bit too eager on that occasion.
Well, and not to make it too World Cup final centric, I've not seen a card, Brown. I think that could be just a regulation substitution there.
Yeah, so Archie Watson coming onto the field here. I think Ollie Robinson is an impressive second row, back row forward, just going to have a quick medical timeout here. It didn't seem to be anything too wrong, so hopefully he'll be returning to the field sooner rather than later.
Of planes fly overhead. We are not too far away from Heathrow Airport at all. Also not too far away from the Sky Studios, Sky Sports, our great rivals here at NextGen15, I like to think. Just down the road, they're advertising all over the post protectors, as you can see.
I think some of our boys are a bit confused. I think they thought they were going to suddenly be on Sky Sports this evening, but not quite that much in demand.
We wouldn't concede schools rugby to Sky Sports that easily. London Oratory, this is an impressive maul, working their way up to the 5 metre line. Comes down now of its own accord, I think. Perhaps not, perhaps not. They'll have the penalty. Incredibly impressive maul.
Yeah, penalty count just starting to add up here now for the Oratory. You can see here the referee speaking to the captain, Jamie O'Donovan. I think it's the 3rd penalty in short succession here.
It's just so hard sometimes when those mauls get moving not to give away some sort of penalty. I guess the crucial thing is give away a penalty early enough that it doesn't turn into a penalty try.
Yeah, I think particularly at this age group as well, Angus, the first year that these boys would have had a sort of contested lifted line out, so maybe not as experienced as in years gone by of how to deal with that maul once it gets set. So really difficult, as you say, to try and stop it legally once that maul is in motion.
Always an advocate for cynical play. If you're going to give away a penalty on a maul, give it away before it becomes more serious. Probably why I talk about it rather than coaching it. That maul sets up again. London Oratory, they get the nudge on again, really accelerating towards the try line. This is going to be hard to stop. Playing with advantage once more are London Oratory. They're almost over the line. The last minute repel from their opponents, but it is a penalty, and the referee, is he going to have a chat?
I think fortunate again there, the Oratory. I did wonder if he was going to go straight under the 6 there.
Interestingly, London Oratory go for the drive. What a tackle that is. Try-saving tackle. London Oratory get across the line in the end anyway, though. Eventually that forward power comes up trumps, and London Oratory have their second try.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision not to go to the corner again after the effectiveness of their last 2 mauls. Instead went for the quick tap. I think it was Rhys Ackerman in the second row did an excellent job to stop the initial wave, but just couldn't do it on the second occasion.
Now I think, according to my rejigged team sheet, might have been blindside flanker Edric Lanappen that got across the line. Apologies if not. But a fine start to this game from London Oratory. Their forwards enjoying this opening quarter of an hour. And when you're in a game, Mikey, where the forward pack are putting the squeeze on a little bit, as London Oratory have been at the moment, what are the things you can do to try and move the game away from that?
You know, it's interesting, Angus. I think 3 of the standout players for our under-16s, 80 Hector at fly half, Rudy Derbyshire at inside centre, and JJ McCarthy at outside centre, not really been in the game so far. I think Mr. Ian Jordan, the coach, would just like to see them be a bit more prominent and get their hands on the ball. I think the one occasion we were able to get some field position in the London Oratory half, they looked a real threat going wide. So I think the message would just be to try and play at a tempo, try and move the ball wide where possible, and just to try and avoid that penalty count there, not to give the London Oratory opportunity to go to that maul as often as possible.
Kickoff went towards Benini. He looks like he's a real threat on the carry, as too is Gallagher in the second row.
And with penalty advantage again here. I missed what it was for, but penalty count really starting to be a problem for the Oratory.
There's the try scorer. Monapan wearing 14, but playing on the blindside flank, it looks like. Line speed is up again in the Oratory, but it's good hands from their opponents. Enjoying the yellow ball this evening, just in case the snow comes down. Good body position from the Oratory, but we were playing a prior advantage. Referee's just going to have another chat.
Yeah, so Jamie O'Donovan, the captain, did well to turn that ball over, but on penalty advantage, I think he's been penalised for a high tackle. I might be doing him a disservice there, but certainly getting a talking to.
It looked like his tackle height had just crept up above what the referee was after. In fact, it wasn't him, it was his mate, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, Rhys Ackerman, tall young man, just started high and slid down. Apologies to the O'Donovan family tuning in.
What all that means is London Oratory have another penalty inside the 22. And another chance to see if they can get that maul going. They go to the front and they do set up that maul. There was a hint of separation there, but they move the ball out to the back line this time. It was well defended that time at maul time from the Oratory. There's a couple of players over the ball there. It's going to be hard work, but the referee's playing with advantage. Their hands are on the floor. So London Oratory, a free ball here. They give it to that man, Benini, once again. Benini still going on. Benini across the line. He's looked like a threat every single time he's got the ball. And Lorenzo Benini has his second. London Oratory their third. And as soon as that ball went inside towards him, it felt like danger time.
Yeah, just really struggling at the moment, the Oratory, with the sort of power game up front that the London Oratory boys are bringing, just forcing penalties out of them and not able to repel some of these big ball carriers they have up front.
See it here, Marco D'Amico, the fly half, just pops it back inside. And I'll tell you what, when you got Benini on your team, why wouldn't you?
A misconversion there, which could prove costly later down the line. Just clipping that left hand upright from pretty much smack in front, so be hoping that won't come back to be a key factor at the end. I think it was last year's under-16 game was maybe similar situation at half-time, and we saw a big second half comeback. Certainly from my perspective, hoping for something similar here from the team in black and gold.
It was a thrilling game last year. 2017 it finished up in London Oratory's favour, but as you say, a terrific comeback. Actually their first victory in this under-16 fixture since 2013. London Oratory. The Oratory have had the joy in this one over the years. Can they find a bit of joy here? Thunderous tackle comes in. They keep possession and they just have a little dart around the fringes. Who shoots? Ball is loose though. Turnover. Yields decent ball. Really are fighting through contact ever so well. London Oratory. It's just losing it as they went to ground there. We've got another penalty. 3. Wanting another chat. Doing a good job of keeping the conversation going with the skipper here. And it's penalties that are making the difference here at the moment. It's a really ambitious kick from London Oratory, doesn't find touch, so the Oratory will look to see if they can find a bit of space. The kick down the middle though, there's a few players there, but the chase is good. And the turnover comes as well. Could be some space here on the right hand side if they can get it through the hands. Drift defense comes in. Just need to find a bit of width here, and they do. Now there could be some space to move the ball into. They send it through the boot. London Oratory taking advantage of the bouncing ball to find a few spaces as they look to return that kick. Now up to the halfway line with another really good carry from Gallagher.
With penalty advantage again here, I just think this penalty count is a real problem here for the Oratory. It's just preventing them from getting any sort of momentum into the game.
Referee decides it's going nowhere. Come back for that penalty. Oratory didn't quite find touch within the last one, but easier angle for the right footer this time. They do find a very decent touch through Power, the skipper.
Mr. Jordan, the Oratory under-16 coach in front of us here, not very happy with some of the mistakes and penalty count at the moment. You can see the referee again here talking to the captain, Jamie O'Donovan. I wouldn't be too surprised to see if we're well, not too far away from a yellow card at this stage. The number of penalties starting to add up.
Line out. Oratory ball, London Oratory ball, rather. Scrappy, but comes down. Benini has it. Benini goes on. It's going to take 2 or 3 people to wrap him up tonight.
A really impressive carry there from Benini again. The turnover from Jamie O'Donovan, and now Rudy Derbyshire has taken a quick penalty.
And the Oratory finding space up to halfway line. Oh, that's ambitious and brilliant to get that ball away. This is good stuff from the Oratory.
Yeah, much better, Angus. You can see the boys wanting to sort of play at a tempo and a speed. Rudy Derbyshire prominent in this phase of attack for the Oratory. Penalty advantage of their own here as well now.
Seen their opposition take advantage of advantage. Can they this time? Not quite, but we'll come back for that penalty. And it's for offside.
A really sharp play from Rudy Derbyshire, took the quick penalty and released JJ McCarthy. Really impressive athlete. I say, although they've conceded 3 tries here, I think if they were able to score here approaching half-time and be back into this game, they'd probably take that considering the start that they had. A really important passage of play, this.
Definitely, and a big moment from Jamie O'Donovan, getting the turnover on his opposite number, who's been such a force in these early moments. Just getting one back for his side, and it creates a bit of confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can see as well, he's really strong over the ball, leads by example, has been an excellent captain of this team through the age group. So yeah, really impressive player, Jamie O'Donovan at number 8.
So, line out to the Oratory. Last time they were in this part of the field, they came within a couple of inches of getting across the line. What can they do here? Line out forms. I think that's Waller that's on it at the back.
I say, it's the first time I've ever seen Will Waller at hooker throw. Looks a really impressive, well, playing in the back row but throwing, looks a really impressive thrower for under 16s.
As the maul comes down, London Oratory get their hands over the ball and they get the penalty. Twice now the Oratory have been up here, and twice this London Oratory defence has managed to find a penalty. Kick won't go to touch though. A chance here before the break for a counter-attacking try, but the referee says it did go out. We're going to come back.
I couldn't quite see from our angle here, Angus, if that was out or not, but so Mr. Jordan, the Oratory coach, saying the ball had gone out of play. And on that evidence, it looks like it did cross the line with JJ McCarthy's feet on the floor.
Ricky Skills trying to keep the ball in those scenarios. Lineouts missed its jumper, but finds a fresh target at the back. Big bruising run across the 10-metre line, but the interception comes in from the Oratory, and they're going to have enough pace to get away. They're on the scoreboard. They needed it, and they've stepped up with a beautiful interception.
Yeah, 80 Hector at fly half, read that early, got off the line, real opportunist try, but excellent read there from the Oratory fly half to bring them right back into this game.
Well, line speed's got them in trouble on a couple of occasions, but this time it pays off in a big way.
And he just looks as though, I wasn't sure live whether he was offside, but watching the replay here, it looks like he's timed it to perfection. And say, excellent read from 80 Hector at fly half to get the Oratory back into this game.
Brilliant from 80 Hector. Conversion won't go, but that is just the confidence booster his side needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I say, I think they look threatening when they get on the ball and they're able to move it wide and play at a pace. If they can cut the penalty count out here and just get a bit of field position, I think this game has still got plenty left in it.
Certainly does. If there's one thing we learned from last year's games, it is that they are not over until they're over. Slow walk back to halfway from London Oratory, maybe just thinking, we've got a lead, let's just make sure we get to half time without conceding again, and let's use up a few seconds on the clock. It's a good kickoff as well. Chase is great too, but Oratory do really well to fight through that, get the offload away, and another brilliant offload comes in, and you can just see when they get the ball moving, they've got a real sense of confidence, and now they could have an opportunity as McCarthy stabs it over the top. The chase is on for it, it's covered by Power, but it's lost backwards, and McCarthy gets up towards the line and over the line.
It's a fantastic try from the Oratory, straight back from the kickoff. I think it was Waller who initially dealt with the restart, and a great offload by Rhys Ackerman, which just helped to release McCarthy. Say he's an outstanding athlete, showed great footwork and pace here to get on the outside, and then really good footballing skills to put the ball in behind. Got his bit of luck here with the ricochet bounce off the London Oratory, but showed good composure to finish. And from nowhere, this game is suddenly very, very tight again.
Well, and once that ball is bouncing like that, I mean, it was wonderful footwork in the lead up to it. Once the ball starts bouncing like that, that's a sideways bounce. It is a nightmare when you're covering. Creates a lottery. He does really well, actually, just to slow his feet up when the ball does squirt loose. They pick it up and get across the line. And it's 2 in as many minutes for the Oratory. And from a tricky-looking 15-0 deficit just a couple of minutes ago, McCarthy then lands the conversion, and we go in at half-time. 15-12, London Oratory leading. But Mikey, what a difference a couple of minutes can make.
Yeah, massive 2 minutes or so there for the Oratory, and I imagine a very different team talk here from Mr. Jordan and Mr. Muckolt here to the Oratory under-16. So 12 points on the board in pretty much 90 seconds or so, has suddenly put this game, or sprung this game into life. And say, just think two contrasting styles really. You see the power game the London Oratory are bringing is causing us real problems, but when we have been able to get on the ball and move it wide and play at a pace, as you can see there, that last try has been really threatening. So I say all set up here for an excellent second half.
They certainly are. So just look back through the story of the half. Opening try of the game from the outstanding Lorenzo Bonini, breaking off the back of that scrum. We speculated as to whether he might, given the nature of that blindside. But my goodness me, I'm not sure we expected anything quite as athletic as that from Bonini for a fantastic opening score. Back row colleague Lanappen got over for the second. Close drive after a series of penetrative mauls. And that man there in shot, Gallagher, although he was tackled well there, has been a real threat on the carry. Lanappen, the beneficiary of that good early work from the mauls. That made it 10-0, and 15-0 would come from a second score for Bonini. And at this point, the game was starting to feel like it was a dangerous one for the Oratory. Penalty count was rising. London Oratory, with this powerful forward pack of theirs, we're finding some real joy. You see the power coming through there from Bonini as he crossed the line for that 15-0 lead. But to close the second half, 2 moments of individual magic from the Oratory. Adi Hector, after his side had been toying with the offside line all half, gets on the right side of it and plucks the intercept straight from scrum half. You very, very rarely see that. It is so hard to get up in that channel. But Hector managed it, and he had the pace to finish it off. Close it to 15-5. And then on the stroke of half-time, straight from the kickoff return, JJ McCarthy with this moment of utter magic. First the footwork, the kick through was just horrible to deal with, and then the composure to slow his feet, gather the ball and get across the line. for a try that he converted himself. Look at that footwork, sensational. An intelligent kick in field, making sure that the bounce would keep the ball alive. As he gathered to score, landed the conversion himself. And that sends us in at the half-time break here at Grasshoppers RFC in the under-16 game. The Oratory 12, London Oratory 15. And Mikey, almost a game, well, half of two halves in many ways.
Yeah, very much so. I'd say the London Oratory very dominant for the majority of that half, and in large spells put us under real pressure. But in the last few minutes or so there, that try from AD Hector and that excellent individual finish from JJ McCarthy, bringing the Oratory right back into this contest. So really exciting second half ahead. And as I say, I think if the Oratory can just get hold of the ball, reduce the penalty count, play at a pace, move the ball wide, they've just shown that they've got the ability to score points. And equally from the London Oratory, if they can maintain that power game, go to their maul, be strong in and around the ruck, they've also shown the ability to score tries here. So a really exciting game coming up, two contrasting styles. Not sure which way this is going to go, not willing to call it at this stage.
Could go any which way at the moment, couldn't it? And that's what we like to see. What we have had revealed in that opening half an hour, though, is where each side feels they might be able to get on top. London Oratory clearly have a very dominant forward pack in terms of the power that they can bring, but with the Oratory's ambition in the way they look to play, getting those offloads out there, and then the pace and indeed the skill as they start to move wide, they've got a real threat in that channel. Interesting to see which style comes out on top.
There seem to have been a couple of changes here at half-time as well. Archie Watson and Sam Snowden coming on for the Oratory into the forward pack. Two probably bigger sized pupils to come in there, so that might be helpful in terms of repelling the power game of the London Oratory. Not sure who's going to play in the back row here. I imagine Archie Watson has gone into the second row, and possibly Ollie Robinson has gone to the back row, but I'm just trying to work out who has actually left the field. I think I can see number 6, Jacob Bangs, at the side. And I may have jumped the gun on Sam Snowden here. I think Reece Ackerman's still on the field, but definitely Archie Watson onto the field in the number 17 shirt, replacing Jacob Bangs. Might just give the Oratory some more physicality up front.
Well, players have been out on the field for a minute or two, ready to go. But now they get underway. Oh, it's a really good kickoff as well, actually.
He's done well here, JJ McCarthy, just to escape that kick chase.
McCarthy really does have his tail up, doesn't he? So too his mate Derbyshire. That's just charged down though into touch. Oratory line out ball.
He did well, Rudy Derbyshire, just to fend off the initial tackle. Couldn't quite get his kick away here, but fortuitous bounce into touch. And Will Waller here playing in the back row, but throwing for the Oratory. Looked a really impressive thrower in the first half.
Waller survives the potential curse of the commentator. And they move the ball into the midfield, and Hector ball forward, but then it's been lost. London Oratory have possession, playing with knock-on advantage. Benini moves the ball out to this left wing here. Benini's ball. Benini has it back. Benini has a hat-trick. Superb rugby. I think it might have been August Bertrand that he fed it to, who then had such great footwork to get around the outside, and then the presence of mind to give the ball back to him. And that man Benini has a hat-trick right at the start here of the second half.
A really sharp play from the London Oratory, just capitalising on the turnover. We're able to move the ball into space, and Benini's probably been the standout player on the field so far, deservedly crossing again to complete his hat-trick.
It's good all-round skills from both players, actually. Benini drawing a couple of players in before passing. And I tell you what, there are not many wingers around that 5 metres from the line, and they could opt for the leg drive to get themselves across that would give the offload to the man inside. But that is exactly what Bertrand did. Absolutely the right decision. And his number 8 gets his hat-trick. Another really good charge down attempt, and it pays off because the conversion hits the post. Has he been working on those?
Yeah, I imagine it is probably something they've seen happen at the World Cup and are now looking to replicate it. 80 hectare again there, fast off the line. And I say that could be a big moment in the game here with the margin at 8 points.
It could be. 6 tries already in this game. Definitely an entertaining one. As Derbyshire absolutely launches the restart into the 22. Back for the scrum.
There's almost another intercept there. I'm not sure who it was. It possibly was Hector again.
Well, he's obviously fast off the mark. He's had a couple of near misses on charge downs from kicks. He's got his intercept. Obviously backs himself over those short distances. Yes, indeed. Eddie Hector pressing. London Oratory scrum. Remarkably few scrums tonight, actually. Made to work hard to win that one, but then once they've won it, they found a bit of space. Lovely footwork from London Oratory. Across the halfway line they go, not held in the tackle, so they can bounce back to their feet. All is a little slower than they maybe would have liked. Just allows the Oratory to get back in defence, but London Oratory still in possession, still moving forward with it as well. That's a really good carry. And they'll have the penalty.
It was a great line break there, fantastic feet in the midfield. Tom Aikenwood's on the right wing doing a great job to come across and make that tackle. But a good attacking opportunity here for the London Oratory to go to their line out, possibly back to that driving maul.
Look at it here, it's the fly half, Marco D'Amico. The big dummy, the big step. Plenty of pace to get up to halfway. It was a really important cover tackle on him. Say, they get the penalty, taking it up to just shy of the 22. It's a free kick to the Oratory. In fact, it might be a penalty. We need to have a word with the referee about the straightness or otherwise of his arm on these.
Yeah, definitely a long arm penalty here. I'm not actually sure what happened from our vantage point here on the far side of the field.
Well, he started off at 90 degrees and then he straightened it out to 45. No one ever said you had to get there in a hurry. Line out Oratory.
Be interesting to see here what the Oratory do. It looks like they're favouring this shortened line out. I wouldn't be surprised to see this ball go straight into Rudy Derbyshire, big carrier at inside centre.
Half an hour, by the way, until kickoff in the second 15 game, 6:15 that one. And the first 15's kicking off at 7:30. Big evening of schools rugby ahead of us here. London Oratory collects the bouncing ball. Tackle comes in from Derbyshire though. Important tackle as well. Benini, Benini, how does he just find a way to keep getting through tackles? Pass doesn't go to hand, so there will be a line out. It's a really important cover tackle from Derbyshire.
Yeah, that initial line out just a bit scrappy. I would have just liked to have seen Derbyshire just carry that, played the ball out of the back. 80 Hector unable to kind of regather it with any sort of control.
Penalty to the Oratory. An important little spell for them to survive. McCarthy will look to get this one as close to the halfway line as he can. It's a really tight angle, but it's a good effort. Well, I was going to get my mitts on the ball there for a second, but sadly just drifts infield of me.
Just while we've got this lull and play here, Angus, just a big thank you to Sam Borg and the team at Green Up. Sam, one of the former school captain and first 15 captain who's helped support this evening's event, and Mr. Peter Briffett and his team from Wage Stream, one of our current parents who have also helped support this evening's event. So thank you again for your ongoing support of the school and particularly of the rugby club.
Huge thanks to them. Without their support, these sort of events can't be brought to you, and it is such a pleasure to be able to bring them to you. Come back for a penalty. Couple in succession here for the Oratory, and a chance actually now from this angle to try and get the ball into the 22 and maybe launch some sort of play. Actually, as I say that, the angle has become a slightly tougher one than the one that I'd first anticipated.
Yeah, just starting to get on top of the penalty count here, the Oratory, sort of back-to-back line-out penalties. McCarthy's missed touch here, but good kick chase should still give them some sort of field position.
Ambition here from London Oratory, looking to run it out from inside their own 22. And doing well to get up to the 10-metre line. That's good work from them, and this is good work too. Another big carry. It looks so hard to contain when these big forwards get moving. O'Donovan had half a look at that one. He might have hurt himself in the process. But he's back on his feet, seems okay. Referee, I think, just wants to see him have a little chat with the physio, so that's exactly what will happen. Gives us another chance to thank tonight's sponsors for helping put together such a brilliant evening, a brilliant spectacle. Although it is a little chilly, could they have provided warmer temperatures? Something to consider for next year.
No, I'm just happy as long as it's not raining.
You and me both. You and me both. Welcome, by the way, to those of you joining us from the Midlands who were watching the rugby school against Marlborough College game earlier on. Busy week of rugby. Busy day of rugby. 2 more to come here. And tomorrow night, more live rugby for you. Cheltenham College against Sir Thomas Riches at Kingsholm Stadium. And then on Friday night, over to Bury St Edmunds Rugby Club, where Ipswich School and Stowe School go head to head. Plenty of schools rugby to get your teeth stuck into. London Oratory pumped that one up towards the 22. We're back underway. About 20 minutes left to go here. This game in the balance, 8 points the difference. Ball is loose, but it's gathered by London Oratory, who threw the ball in. Gallagher. Here they move. Power, still going, the skipper. Just couldn't get the ball away when he wanted to. But it's a high tackle on him. They've got the penalty. Referee just calling the skippers over for another chat. Both sides finding it hard to stay on the right side of the penalty count at the moment. Nothing too unruly, just errors of precision more than anything else.
Yeah, I think obviously with the tackle height law change this year, still relatively new to most of the boys. Some of them struggling to kind of adapt to that new law, but otherwise, you know, a lot of penalties for being offside, not rolling away. So kind of small infringements that are really controllable. You can hear Mr. Jordan and Mr. Muckolt, the Oratory coaches' frustration with that on the sideline. You sense this is a sort of big moment in the game here, with that 8-point swing with just under 20 minutes or so to go.
Certainly is a big moment. London Oratory pump that ball into the corner. You just see that high tack. It's one of those unfortunate ones, isn't it, where you're almost trying to absorb the contact, but you've got to dip those knees and get underneath the contact nowadays. London Oratory line out. 7 meters out. They bring it down. We've seen them maul it with a real style from here before. Almost running over the line, and they get the try.
There seems to be some confusion here about the Oratory looking not to engage the line out. I'm not entirely sure if the try has been awarded. I think it has.
Referee's just going to explain how that law works. It is a tricky one. It's such a moment of real timing as much as anything else when you try to do that, when you try to sort of not engage in those mauls, because one person lays one finger and suddenly the whole thing falls apart. But when it works, it can be devastating.
Yeah, long conversation here between the referee and the captain, Jamie O'Donovan. It did look like initially like someone had engaged them all, so I think the referee has got this right.
We'll see it again here. I think the trouble is that one of the Oratory players, not so much that he was engaged as that he was in contact, which he does touch a hand down, and unfortunately that is enough.
Yeah, brave decision in the first place not to engage that close to the line. I think that was the risk you always run.
Well, it's a wonderful conversion as well. Important conversion. Puts London Oratory 27-12 in front. Really unlucky one, that one for the Oratory. You've got to admire the bravery to take that on, but you've got to admire London Oratory as well, understanding that the contact had been made and driving forward.
Benini again here, really strong carry. The Oratory struggled all evening to kind of cope with the power and the pace that he's shown.
What I've enjoyed about Benini's performance is that quite often at this age group, if you've got a player that's a standout, particularly when they can run like that, we'll come back to that because the Oratory are making good ground here, almost up to the 22.
It looked like Wayne Apollo on the left wing. Again, another really good athlete.
Charging forward, cross into the 22 now, the Oratory. Defence is spread wide, so they'll probably stay tight again. In fact, they look to that short side in Derbyshire. He's a good man to give the ball to. He's a very good man to give the ball to. Still going. The big inside centre. Ball just squirts loose. Tidied up by Power. He has been everywhere tonight. They were playing with advantage, and they'll go back for it.
Yeah, great carry there from Rudy Derbyshire. Really impressive at inside centre. He looks keen to get his hands on the ball here again.
Well, he's a big young man, is Rudy Derbyshire. He's on a par with much of the forward pack.
Yeah, I think he has played a bit at number 8 in the past. Moved to inside centre this season so far. I say really impressive all-round sportsman, and I say showing good footwork for a big man there. Comfortable on the ball as well.
It was really good scramble in the end from the defence. The Oratory have stuck this one in the corner. 10 metres from the try line. It's really well taken because that was a tricky line out. As he was coming down, Derbyshire takes it in, then flings the offload out. Now his centre partner,
It's great feet from McCarthy again.
bouncing this way and that, eventually brought down. Good clear out as well. Derbyshire close in, looking for another one of those offloads, but the big tackle comes in from Benini. And so we come back for another penalty. And now it's their turn to feel like they're on the right side of the whistle for a few moments.
I think Max Schutz here, just with a bit of a dead leg. The Oratory scrum half has just slowed down proceedings when I think the Oratory were looking to try and get the ball back in play as quickly as possible. I think Rudy Derbyshire again keen to get his hands on the ball here.
Max, have you got?
Max, come on!
Max!
Max!
Painful things, a dead leg.
Game, get the first aid.
O'Donovan will take a tap from 5 metres. O'Donovan goes towards the post. He's not quite there, but he's inches short. Close again from the Oratory. Now they go a bit wider. Defence is good, but the defence is now packed tight. Unfortunately, so too the attack, but there will be space if they can find it. But the try is scored from close range.
It's the captain, Jamie O'Donovan, getting the Oratory back into it, leading by example, the number 8, after a good period of pressure from the Oratory. I've just had a message in as well from Rudy Derbyshire's older brother, old Oratorian Harry Derbyshire, who would like us to point out that if his younger brother was as quick as him, he probably would have scored then. I'm not sure that is the case at the moment, though.
Nothing like getting stitched up by your older brother on the live stream, is it? O'Donovan, as you say, blasting over from short range. A timely score. McCarthy stands over the conversion. Doesn't go though. So we stay with a 10-point difference. 27-17 under an Oratory lead.
Yeah, still plenty of time here left. You saw in the first half the Oratory racking up those 12 points in a little over a minute. So they've already shown the ability to score points quickly. So I think this game has still got some legs in it, but you sense here the next score is probably key.
Yeah, just a shade under a quarter of the game left. Matteo Diamico sends the kickoff up towards the 22, bounces, but O'Donovan is there to tidy up. It might just look, I was about to say they were going to have a run, but they give it a kick, and a good decision as well, because it's spilled loose and it allows the chase to get up into the faces of the London Oratory attack here.
Just pick my head up to see Benini lurking in midfield here again. I think he's a real danger man every time he gets on the ball.
Gallagher takes it in, rides the first contact and is then brought down by O'Donovan. Battle of the two number 8s. Feels like it could be important in these closing stages. Gallagher again, bounces off the first tackler again. Now Benini. He's well dealt with, gets the offload away though, and then the big tackle comes in on Diamico.
Get low, Ollie, bend these.
Crucial
Press up,
few moments of the game here. London Oratory have advantage for the high tackle. They go around the corner and across the line. Ball doesn't get down though. We'll come back for the penalty for the high tackle. Great defence, but the threat is not dealt with yet.
Yeah, really good piece of play there just to hold the ball up, prevent the try being scored, but still under real pressure here. And again, wouldn't just be surprised to see this ball go straight into Benini.
That's exactly what they do. Dealt with well again, though. Now London Oratory just break around the fringe. Another good tackle comes in.
Penalty advantage again here.
Cross the line, go London Oratory. And this time they're across with the try.
Yeah, you just sensed it was coming. Big carry after big carry. On penalty advantage.
Jack Gallagher, the other number 4, is the man to get the try.
Denzel on for Tom Aikenwood.
And he's deserved that. He's put in a real shift. He's carried hard. Been a constant threat. And now he has a try for his troubles, Jack Gallagher. As his mate, Matteo Yamako, stands over the conversion.
Just again, Angus, while we've got this sort of break in play, a shout out to Sandborg and Green Up, Peter Briffett and Waystream for their support this evening's event, and also to the British Heart Foundation and Cardiac Risk in the Young, who've done some excellent work recently with our former school rugby club captain Morgan McRae, formerly of the Scarlets and Wales Sevens, who unfortunately had a cardiac arrest in the summer, but thanks to their support, he's well on the way to recovery. So if anyone is watching online and would like to make a contribution either to CRY or the British Heart Foundation, I know it would be much appreciated by the McRae family.
Well, here. Brilliant work that they do. And of course, a big thank you to all of those sponsors from us here for being able to get tonight's fantastic event on. Towering box kick comes in and it ends up in Oratory hands. 8.5 minutes left to play. It's not over yet. They'll think a couple of quick scores like they had at the end of the first half and suddenly becomes a game of momentum. But we'll come back for the scrum from that knock on. We'll see what we can do.
So I'm not sure how many scrums we've actually had, Angus. It doesn't feel like many. I can't remember the Oratory having too many attacking scrums either, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here again. I wouldn't be surprised to see this ball go from 80 Hector straight into Rudy Derbyshire and then see what happens from there.
Well, do you know what? Off the top of my head, I think this might be the first Oratory put into a scrum. I think there've only been 2 previously in the entire game. It's a big drive from London Oratory. That is a statement from them. It could be a game-winning statement.
Yeah, that power game again there at the scrum time. The Oratory just really struggling to cope with it.
Marco D'Amico, fly half, took that one in, and now try scorer Jack Gallagher gets it across halfway. O'Donovan is all over it, but illegally so, says the referee. I think he was fine. I think it might have been the tackler on the floor that hadn't rolled away.
Just start to see some of the first 15 players in the background starting to make their way pitch side. That'll be live at 7:30. So I know it's been a big topic of discussion in the school this week. Lots of people excited and looking forward to that game.
So there should be a 19-all draw last year, first 15 game. Big game. Before that, of course, second 15s, 6:15 straight after this one. 10 minutes time. First things first though, we have 6 minutes of play left here in the under-16 game.
Another good tackle from Jamie O'Donovan there in the back row. He's really sort of led by example and worked hard here for the Oratory this evening.
As has this man for London Oratory, Jack Gallagher, with another massive carry. As a shot rains through on his mate.
And with penalty advantage again here, I think, for the London Oratory. It's been really impressive when they've got on the front foot here, their forward power.
Cheeky little kick comes in and it works out pretty nicely for Marco D'Amico. Come back for the penalty.
Yeah, Will!
London Oratory very keen to get underway quickly. Which again proves the difference between my cynicism and school of rugby players' ambition. I'd be looking to go slowly at this point if I was in their shoes.
I think this ball will definitely go into the corner again. Back to that catch and drive. I think credit to the London Oratory, certainly in this second half, when they have got their hands on the ball, they've looked to attack from deep, played at a good pace, and when they've needed to, gone back to this forward power game.
They have been absolutely excellent. Famous red and black hoops. Line out just inside the 22. They go to the front, bring it down. This time the Oratory do engage with the ball, and the ball ends up squirting loose. It'll be an Oratory scrum.
Yeah, disappointing line out there for the London Oratory, but not the worst thing in the context of the game here. Another stoppage, clock continuing to roll. That last scrum, really, really powerful statement. So I don't think the worst outcome here for the London Oratory to have another scrum. I think Reece Ackerman there had come away with the ball. It's actually had quite an impressive game in the second row.
That's better! That's better! Sir! Let's go! Well done, fellas! Let's go! Let's go, Aidan!
Penalty to the Oratory. They go quickly, or they tried to go quickly. Now they do go quickly. Hector bounces off the right foot. Now moves the ball to Derbyshire. Derbyshire moves it out one. Could be some space out there on the left-hand side. It was nearly really well picked up off the toes. Just lost forward though.
I think a bit of frustration there from the penalty, brought back when the ball was live and in open space. You can see the ambition of the Oratory boys still to keep trying to play with width and at speed. Just unfortunate knock on there from Wayne Apollo on the left wing.
Lost backwards there by London Oratory. Everyone scrambling to try and get on it. Referee in the meantime calls for the scrum on around about the halfway line.
And again, just while we have this pause and play, big thank you to Sam Borg and the team at Green Up. Sam, a former school captain and first 15 captain at the Oratory, for his support of this evening's event, and the team at Wage Stream, led by Mr. Peter Briffett, one of our current parents, for their support of this evening's matches.
Referee just having a word about some of the back chat. Not too long left. Big game for everyone. Everyone wants to do well in it. Frustration's easy to come by when it starts to feel like it's got away from you. Just about 2 minutes left to play. We'll have a scrum. Oratory ball on the 10-metre line.
Yeah, that's last scrum much better than the one before that. Will Waller into the hooker position here from the back row.
Well, I don't know how the Oratory have got that ball away. They've done brilliantly to do so. Get it out into the wide channel. McCarthy picks up the loose ball, but it was lost forward, and we'll have a scrum. And a few tired bodies out there now.
Yeah, just errors starting to creep in. A couple of kind of simple handling mistakes, particularly when the ball has got wide. No shortage of ambition to try and move the ball, but just struggling to kind of keep the ball alive.
Do London Oratory have one more try in them before this game is up? Their scrum has been good. They don't fancy the try. They just hoop it off the field through Emil Redon. And why not? Why not hoop it off the field? In fact, they've hooped it right to me. They've had a great game here. A famous victory for them, 34-17. Look what it means to them. This week, indeed this whole second half of term, has been building towards this point for them, and they are absolutely delighted. The Oratory will be frustrated. They gave it as good as they could get, but in the end, it's that forward power that was the difference, and London Oratory come away with the victory. But Mikey, a fantastic start to today's live coverage. I mean, a game that saw real ambition from both sides.
Yeah, really exciting first game here, Angus, of this evening's live stream. Both teams playing some good rugby. We saw some strong forward play from the London Oratory, particularly in the first half. And whilst the Oratory played with some real ambition, tried to move the ball wide, not quite enough on this occasion to see them over the line. But an excellent start to this evening's games. Looking forward now to the second 15 game before the first 15 game at 7:30.
Absolutely. Just look through the story of the game. This is the third of 3 first half tries for London Oratory, the outstanding Benini was the man to score it. 15-0. It really did feel like a long road back for the Oratory, but they made it start to look like a shorter road. That intercept from Hector followed moments later, straight from the kickoff, by this magical effort from McCarthy that actually sent us in at half-time at 15-12, and suddenly it felt a bit like game on. But a really fast start to the second half from London Oratory made that road look ever so big once again. It was an early hat-trick for that man Benini. Good interplay with his winger Bertrand. It allowed him to complete the hat-trick and put his side 2012 in front. 2012 quickly became 27-12 from this maul try. There was time though for Jamie O'Donovan to get one back for the Oratory from close range. But that Benini hat-trick allied to tries from his forward pack. Stretched it out, and then to finish it off, a deserving try for Matt Gallagher, the other number 4, as he started to become known over the course of the game, finishing it off to leave things here at Grasshoppers RFC in the under 16 game, I should say, with London Oratory earning a superb 34-7 victory against the Oratory. Stay with us though, because coming up very shortly are the second 15, and then at 7:30 the first 15. So do stick with us, because the teams are in the tunnel. We'll be heading over to that one in just a couple of seconds. Welcome back to Grasshoppers RFC for this evening of rugby. We've had one game already in this Oratory derby, the under-16s game. That finished up 34-17 to London Oratory. And the Oratory strike one back here. It's the second 15s that we've got now. And a reminder to stay with us through the evening, because at 7:30 we then have the first 15 game. Alongside me for this one is a man that played in last year's first 15 game, that 19-all epic draw, Will Muckle. Will, nice to have you along. I understand you're injured, which has got to be deeply frustrating, but an exciting evening ahead.
Yeah, really looking forward to watching the seconds. Hope we have a really good game today. We're a bit stronger than last year. A few names. Harry Maloney, who played in last year's first game, has come down to the seconds. I think he's putting a bit of a shift in the first as well later on this evening. So he's one to watch out for. And there's a couple of other names as well coming up from the under-16s. Tom Davies, I think he's playing at 12 today. He's very strong, good hands.
Excellent. I'll just give you a quick run through the team sheets while the two skippers do the toss. The Oratory are led by back rower Sam Miller on the open side, and with him in the back row Harry Maloney and Alfred Proctor. In the second rows with him Jamie Robinson, Caspian Palmer. Front row William Hickling, William Dixon, Arrigo Gibson White. William Hickling and Archie Simpson. William Hickling's at loosehead, isn't he? Archie Simpson is at scrum half with Casper Kieran at fly half. As you mentioned, Will, Tom Davies is at 12 with Ifeani Ogbodo on the outside centre. Gaj Ganagabalan and Maxwell Dakadi Nelson are the wings. Jay Herbert at fullback. And for London Oratory, it's a very, very leadership-heavy second row. Frederick Campione is the captain. Oliver Singh Shahel is the vice-captain. They're the second row pairing. The back row, Quincy Ogana Nkoki, Henry Olmi, Raymond Lee are the back row. Front row, Michael Abebe, Noel Dako, Anakin Vitiello Juola are the front row. Halfbacks, Ignacio Gerardo Terran, and the other vice-captain, Mateus Mann. Fly half, centres, Austin Vertudez and Henry Jake Kikoyo are your centres, and your back three, Maximilian Anis Kuix Chin, and William Sheridan on the wings, Frederick Dunning at fullback. And hopefully everyone's got the right shirt number on. We had some trouble with that in the under-16 game. We'll see what happens in this second 15 game. It's going to start with the Oratory kicking us off, playing from right to left in their gold and black hoops, and playing from left to right. London Oratory in red and black. This one last year, a very tight game, a 14-7 victory for London Oratory. It's been a pretty good contest over the years. Last few games been split pretty evenly between the two at second 15 level. We will see how it goes tonight. And tonight it has been a night that has gone so far the way of London Oratory. Obviously that under-16 game going their way, but also the under-15s and the under-14s both coming out on the right side of the result in very tight games. Can the Oratory stem that tide, or will London Oratory take a step towards a clean sweep? Set up for the maul here, for the box kick rather, just on the edge of their 22. They do a little bit of digging, but eventually they get the ball away. High ball claimed. Big counter ruck comes in, and it's created a scrappy ball. have our first scrum of the night, and quite an intense physical start to this one.
Yeah. Good defence from the Oratory boys there, keeping them held in inside their own half. Will Hickling here, I know he's going to be excited for this scrum. He loves a good scrum, so we'll see what the boys can do.
I've never understood these front rowers getting excited for the scrum. Anytime I've been unfortunate enough to be in that front row, it's always been a world of pain.
Yeah, I can't say I feel the same pleasure as the front rowers. Being a back row player myself, I try to avoid the scrums at all costs, but yeah.
I'll tell you what, Hickling will have enjoyed that one. Although the ball came out on London Oratory side, it was a huge scrum from the Oratory, and they've now turned the ball over. We know the way they're going to want to play. They're going to want to put some ambition and width on it. But holding on the floor there gives London Oratory the penalty. But it's an intense scrap for possession at all times here, as London Oratory pump that one forward to what is a lovely clubhouse here, it has to be said. Absolutely pristine. We saw the threat that London Oratory pose that line-out time in that under-16 game. Will that translate across to these senior games? Well, it's difficult line-out ball, but they've won it. Tehran has to work really hard to secure it for his side. The scrum half did well, and now his forwards have just nudged it on a little further. Looks there to Singh Chahal. Big carry there from Jawler. Lost forward though through contact. Lost forward as a result of the Oratory going off their feet, so it'll be a penalty to London Oratory. I just wonder, will they think about going for posts? No, they won't. They're going to go to the corner. Far more ambitious than me. Tricky one, that. Such an aggressive clear out that he almost couldn't keep to his feet. Tough one, that.
It is gearing up to like a big physical battle out here tonight, so we'll see how well both sides cope with the physical battle.
Well, it's a big physical maul from London Oratory. It was flying forward, but they actually break off it. Look for something a little wider, but the ball was lost forward. And the Oratory will have a scrum. I thought they'd try and keep that one in the maul. It was surging forward. They just broke free from it. Tried to launch something else. Will sort of tell me, we've seen a big physical start to this game, but what's the general style that you'd say you'd expect to see from the Oratory? Is it to keep it tight and punch it up, or are we expecting to see a few artsy offloads?
Looking at the boys in the team, the backs are very strong. We love really fast-paced ball, so I can imagine the lads will be maybe a couple of phases from the forwards and then out to our wider players in our wider channels.
That was certainly what we saw in that under-16 game. But first of all, the ball has to be got under control, and both sides are finding it really hard in this opening 5 minutes to keep the ball under control. It is bitterly cold, and perhaps just some of those fingers not quite as warmed up as they might be. Another good scrum from the Oratory. They turn the ball over. Ball is loose though. It's back on London Oratory's side. The scrum is certainly an area that the Oratory are enjoying. The Oratory finding a way to get possession back. Tehran moves it wide to Dunning. Dunning with a good dart there. London Oratory using their forwards in tight. Now moving it a bit wider. Tackle's still coming in though. And in fact, it's great work on the floor. We'll come back for the original penalty for offside. Sharp work on the floor in defence. Sharp work here as well from London Oratory. They go quickly through man. Real ambition from London Oratory. Tehran feeds it wider. It's all a bit flat in an attacking sense though, not much depth. Pocket of forwards running off scrum half. Still though, the depth isn't quite there on the attack, so they keep having to go tight, just allowing the Oratory defence to get up. Gonna Milwaukee with the carry there. Now Singh Chahal. Man takes it on himself, the fly half. Gets the offload away. Now they move it a little wider to Vertudes. No scrum half, so they have to come up with a new plan. Juola is the new plan, and he goes just a couple of inches short. And now they're over. London Oratory with the score.
Well, you've got to give it to them. They were very patient there, used their phases well, and yeah, strong from the forwards. Big carries.
Well, they waited and waited, didn't they? It showed real patience, knowing that eventually, if they could just keep hold of the ball, those cracks would come, and eventually they did. It was Quincy Oguna Milwaukee that eventually got the try, blasting over from close range. The Oratory had done well to repel that many waves, but in the end, that much pressure will always eventually yield. And 9.5 minutes into the game, London Oratory have the lead thanks to that man there. Just wait while the ball makes its way towards the halfway line. Always comes as a surprise for some that a ball might be necessary in these scenarios, but we've got one now. Let's hope that's not the kicking coach though. Excuse that one off the outside of the foot, but eventually we get it to where we want it. It'll be Tom Davies to get us underway, and that's a good deep kickoff from him, lost forward as well, and then was that gathered from in front of the kicker? It might just have been. We'll see what the referee says. He just says it was a knock-on. Argument there for a stronger sanction, but a knock-on was all it is, and it'll be a very promising scrum this for the Oratory, and well, given the strength of that first couple of scrums that we've seen, this is a real opportunity.
Yeah. Hopefully, a big push from the boys, get it out from Griff at 9, and get it into our wider channels. As I said earlier, we've got Iffy, Jay Herbert out in those wider channels, very dangerous players if we get a bit of space.
We'll see how it unfolds. Ball gets to the tail, squirted out a little bit, but Maloney gets over it. Ball is loose. It's a real scrap for it on the floor. It's eventually picked up by one of the Oratory players and driven forward. Playing with advantage. Both sides been guilty of just getting a little bit hot on the offside line. That ball has come loose, so we'll come back for the penalty for the offside. Oratory penalty. Bit of a debate here as to what to do. What's the option you'd go for?
Well, yeah, I think Tom's making the right call here. Kick and then catch and drive, I think, over the line. Got a dominant forward pack and we'll see what they can do.
Certainly looks like that's the option. Good kick as well. Very easy to get those ones wrong when you're going almost directly sideways. We'll see what it was for there. It was the offside. London Oratory. 5 metre line out then. An opportunity for the Oratory try and get back on level terms. Taking their time. It's a trick play to the front of the line out. Will it work out? They keep it alive. They're not quite up to the try line yet, but they've done really, really well. Ball comes loose again though. So they'll have to restart. 5 metres out. Not a bad place to restart from. Off their feet again though, and the referee awards the penalty to the defence. Apologies.
The boys will be frustrated with that one. 5 metres out, should have been converted there to points.
Ball stays in. Oratory keep their foot on the gas. Let's see if they can find a bit more space in the wide channels. They get on the front foot in doing so. They take advantage of that front foot position. No, big tackle comes in from London Oratory. They've defended really well. Have the boys in black and red. But the Oratory enjoying a really handy spell of possession now. Round the fringes they go. Referee blows his whistle. Says that London Oratory had come off their feet, and I think, well, if there's something both sides should pick up on, it's that the referee is definitely very hot on staying on your feet at the breakdown in this game, and it's important when the referee starts to make consistent calls like that you adapt as a set of players to what is being called. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We want for the coaches to look out for as well. This keeps the play, I know, fair. Exactly. Penalty to the Oratory on the 22. They're going to go to the corner again. It was a trick play off the last one they had from this opportunity. And they go for something more traditional this time. That time you can see very clearly off their feet in the ruck, flopping over the ball.
One thing I must say about London Oratory, this was prevalent in the under-16 game as well. They're a very strong counter-ruck game.
Yeah, they do. They blast a lot of bodies at it, don't they, and just try and fire through. Make it very difficult to control that ball at the base of the ruck. This time they opt for the maul. They set it up nicely. Looks like it might be in the hands there of Sam Miller, the skipper, wearing 7. Not going anywhere though, so they move it out to the back line and then it's dropped. And London Oratory hanging on here. They've got the lead, but they've been having to withstand an awful lot of pressure, and now they're going to have an opportunity to just release that pressure valve.
Right, where's our back line, fellas? Casper, just 5. Casper, 5. We're giving them 10 metres. Nice and tight, Ori.
Every scrum so far, the Oratory put real power through.
Nice work here. Sam Miller, Harry Maloney, you've got to work here. First up tackle.
Love to get another steal against the head here. London Oratory would love for a nice clean exit. Won't be too unhappy with a reset as well, just taking a little bit of the sting out the momentum the Oratory had built. It's another big scrum and it comes back on the Oratory side, but it just wheeled round. So we'll go again. Very, very close.
Will Hickley's got to work out of there.
Seen some brand new balls for the first 15 game. They look excellent. Just makes me want to get out there. Reminder, that first 15 game coming up at 7:30. 19-all draw last year, as we've heard. Will, I imagine the boys have been non-stop chatter about that this week.
Yeah, absolutely. With our game being cancelled against Mill Hill last week, our site's been sat on this for quite a while.
I'll tell you what, the way Mill Hill have been playing this year as well, it's that was probably a game well avoided, just in terms of keeping the body count on the right side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been very strong this season. Some of the boys were looking forward to having a good go against them, see what we could do, but obviously it wasn't meant to be.
Well, indeed, it would have been a clash of unbeaten sides. Would have been a game and a half, but not to be here in this second 15 game. London Oratory have got the ball away from that scrum really, really nicely, and they're almost up to the halfway line. Just a hint of an arm in touch there, though, from fullback Frederick Dunning. That was a really tidy exit, that, from London Oratory. Took their time over the scrum. Picked up very nicely by Raymond Lee off the tail. They get themselves up almost to the halfway line. A break as good as a kick, that one. Oratory move the ball into the midfield. Find a bit of space on the outside, and then a massive tackle comes in. Oh, that is terrific defending.
It was indeed. Big shot there from the London Oratory boy.
It's lovely, lovely play from the Oratory to get out wide. I think it must have been fullback Frederick Dunning that came in.
I think that was a bit of 15 on 15 there. Jay getting sent back a couple of metres.
Well, it was an all or nothing tackle. Tell you what, he got it all. Very stop-start first half. Each set piece taking a bit of time. This one too, referee not happy with the gap, not happy with where the Oratory's defensive line is set either. I think we might be just about ready to get underway with this line out now. We are indeed. Off we go. Line out is stolen by the Oratory, but then a massive counter ruck comes in from London Oratory. Great effort from Archie Simpson to go digging away for that, the scrum half, and get the ball away. But then holding on the floor, as you said earlier, Will, they're just the amount of bodies and the amount of power that London Oratory put into these breakdowns is just incredible.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. They're piling, what, two, three boys in straight away. Like, the boys just need to stay closer, make sure you get that seal off, and get the 9 in quickly and the ball away fast.
From that penalty, they've got themselves just about up to the 22 here. Last time they were in an attacking position, they came back with points. We'll do so again here. 7-0 they lead. It's time the line out works smoothly and they get the drive going. Still moving forward. Turns into a really good drive, almost up to the 5-metre line. Tehran directing his forward pack around him, keeping things pretty much in that channel in and around 10. Ball moves loose. Back in the hands of Olmi. Now out to the right wing they go. That's going to be Sheridan with a shirt number in the 30s. Abebe takes it forward. Big shot comes in on him. Slow ball. They stick the crossfield kick on it, high, hanging, difficult to take, but taken really, really well by the Oratory. Such a difficult one that for Jay Herbert, under so much pressure, but he catches it and it'll be a goal line dropout. And that's one of those, you feel sorry for fullbacks in that scenario, just having to deal with that.
Yeah. Playing there myself quite a bit is it's a scary situation to be in, especially when you know you've got so many bodies running at you, trying to make a tackle. But he's covered it well there, Joe.
A good deep goal line dropout that from the Oratory. London Oratory tried to run it back, but they were met by a wall, and I think it's been turned over now. Has indeed. Ball is on the Oratory side. And ever since they've gone behind, they've really looked strong, this Oratory side. London Oratory have spent a lot of time defending. Fast hands, oh, that's lovely work. And now, with a bit of space, but his feet just give way underneath him, it was like Bodo came within just a couple of metres of the try line. He'd half escaped the clutches, but he'd just been knocked off his stride.
Oh, you can feel from there, you can feel for him. It was there for him, he was there, and he's just sadly tripped over on the 5-metre.
But the Oratory, definitely with their tails up now. Just look at the handling here. Fast hands, right in the faces of the defence. Lovely work. And then Bodo bounced off one tackler, just couldn't quite keep his balance. This side have the scrum. Well, another reset though.
As I was saying earlier, Iffy, so strong in those wider channels. When you give him space to move, he just goes. He goes.
Certainly saw an example of it there. Well, that scrum's been stolen by London Oratory. They found some scrummaging prowess here. They look to run it out from their own try line. They made a decent bit of ground. Possibly now they might slow it down and look for an exit. In fact, the offload comes in, and so they're going to see if they can find a bit of space out here. They're getting some joy in these wide channels now, but the pass had drifted forward. And it'll be another scrum to the Oratory. I think we can see there Tehran, the scrum half, imploring his side to play the call. Difficult. Get an opportunity to offload, and then you can see that the space, difficult not to. London Oratory from the free kick, launch it high up to the 10-metre line. The Oratory are going to look to run this, and they've run it well. Ball is loose again at the ruck, but it's been tidied up by the Oratory. They were holding on the floor, and it'll be a penalty to London Oratory.
London Oratory, so strong in those rucks.
Well, every single one is a real mess, isn't it? It's so hard to just create any kind of control.
My one piece of advice to these Oratory boys would be just to stay together. Running packs of 3 instead of these one-out running. It's difficult to seal off and keep the ball, especially with these 2-3 man counter-rucks the London Oratory are doing.
Certainly is. Just a short delay here. Well, some repairs are run on one of the Oratory players. Just allows us a chance to remind you that at 7:30, the first 15s will be running out tonight here at Grasshoppers RFC. So stay with us at the conclusion of this one, because it will be a fast turnaround. And it's a big few days of live rugby here on Next Gen 15. King's home tomorrow night for a 7:30 kickoff as Cheltenham College and Sir Thomas Riches go head-to-head. And then on Friday night, we head off to Bury St Edmunds RFC, where Ipswich and Stowe School will go head-to-head in a double-header, second 15s at 6 o'clock, and the first 15s at 7:30. Big few days of school rugby ahead. As London Oratory from the penalty here at Grasshoppers RFC don't quite find their touch. The Oratory with a chance to break out. Across the halfway line they get. Ball is loose. We'll have a scrub.
I think the man down earlier was Johnny Wainhouse, who is coming to replace Alfie due to some illness, I'm pretty sure. But a fun fact about Johnny, he's known as the sniper among the second team players. He doesn't miss many tackles, that boy.
A sniper. Always good to see. In fact, it wasn't a scrum, it was a penalty. So they are up to the 10-metre line. The London Oratory line out, in fact, not quite up to the 10-metre line. It's a bit generous. Midway between the 10 and the halfway. Set pieces are taking time.
I was going to say we've got another one. They seem to be coming every two or 3 minutes or so.
The ball was stolen by the Oratory. The big boot comes in. It's a good tackle coming in. Ball lost forward. Referee, I think, has seen it. He has indeed. Be an Oratory scrum. That was a really good scrag tackle that forced the knock on. Dunning was trying to just get the offload away. If he'd managed to make that one stick, there was a bit of space on the right-hand side. But he couldn't quite tackle. And Ganiga Barlin was too good. Big scrum, but it's scrappy ball again, so it has to be dug out with some effort by Simpson. Shade under 5 minutes left to go in this first half. This is good work from the Oratory forwards. Round the fringe they go again. They're getting a bit of joy with these pick and goes. And again they go round the corner. Now they go a little wider. It's been intercepted by London Oratory, who might just have a chance here to have a run and a rumble up this on this left-hand side. They have had some joy, almost up to halfway. The baby moves that one forward. Just a bit lateral, but then there's a bit of space. And siding through it goes Man. Man still going.
Great tackle.
Brilliant from the vice-captain. Was he held in the tackle? He was indeed. Brilliant from Mateus Mann. But then just at the crucial moment, he infringes and the Oratory survive.
An amazing break there from London Oratory, but an almost an amazing cover tackle there from Jay Herbert as well to keep them at bay.
Absolutely right, it was brilliant from Herbert, the fullback.
Henry.
The pace to cover across, and then the wherewithal once the tackle was made to stay clinging on and force that penalty. And the penalty goes up almost to the halfway line. We see it again here as Man just went scything through, but Herbert watches his man, gets that crucial right arm around the ball as well, and when Man bounces back to his feet, he's adjudged to have been held in the tackle, correctly so, by the referee, and it stays with London Oratory leading 7 points to 0. Line out, doesn't quite go to plan, but stays on Oratory's side. Holding on, penalty to London Oratory.
There it is again, that one out running.
It's just such a challenge every time, at every breakdown. In fact, it's going to be half time as Man decides they want to head into the break, and they head into that break. In fact, maybe they don't. It looked as though he tapped and kicked it out. He has indeed tapped and kicked it out. We do go into the half-time break with London Oratory leading the Oratory by 7 points to 0 here at Grasshoppers RFC. It is as tight and as tense as it was last year. That one finished 14-7 in London Oratory's favour. And tonight, they have a 7-0 lead as we head into the half-time break. And we'll just take a look at the try that has given them that lead. It's a short line. And then around the fringe they went to Quincy, Oguna and Woki. For the only try of the game so far. And it is a try that gives them a 7-0 lead as we head into this half-time break. Half-time here at Grasshoppers RFC. London Oratory 7, the Oratory 0. Stay with us for the second half. Welcome back then for the second half on what is a chilly evening here at Grasshoppers RFC. Myself and Will Muckle alongside me took a couple of moments to hop inside our broadcast van and warm up. All the lads were out on the field discussing what had happened in what was a very tight and tense first half. London Oratory took an early lead to go 7-0 in front. They were gonna Wilkie. But since then, it's probably been the Oratory that have had the greater territory and possession in the game, but will not able to capitalise on it because of the brilliant work at the breakdown from London Oratory. It's been a real balance, hasn't it, on that front?
Yeah, we spoke about it a couple of times in this game, but the counter-rucking from London Oratory is just phenomenal. Getting 2-3 boys in there really, really quick is making it difficult for the Oratory boys to seal off and get the ball away quickly.
London Oratory up fast in defence there, legally, but putting so much pressure on the Oratory there. Just a reminder for those of you joining us, the Oratory are in the gold and black. Is it gold and black or is it yellow and black? Which do you prefer to go for?
Well, I think the gold and black sounds a bit more prestige than the yellow and black. But I feel like with the new kits every year, it differs with the kit makers.
Somewhere between gold and yellow, we'll say that. Let's go with gold. It sounds good. Gold and black hoops for the Oratory. London Oratory in red and black, going from right to left as the Oratory pumped that one up to the 10-metre line. It was a valiant attempt to keep it in, but to no avail. Argument to say that possibly that attempted turnover wasn't on the ball, but very much closer than we are. Oratory dummy the throw. So it's a free kick to London Oratory. Just saw that half a dummy there. Go quickly as well. Mateus Mann, who's had that spark about him all evening long. And they go for the box kick. There is a bit of space there. Ball bounces directly backwards, but then just drifts off into touch. There'll be another Oratory line out, but a full 50 metres, 60 metres maybe back from where the last one was. This time, there's no dummy. Ball away, bounce pass into the midfield. Oratory once again throwing bodies at the breakdown, creating such a mess, and now it's turned into a maul, and it's a maul that they've ripped the ball away clearing. That really is good work from London Oratory in defence. They've got to try early in the first half. They've got an opportunity to try and force one here early in the second half. Round the fringe they go. Been ripped clear though by the Oratory. Anything you can do, we can do too. Seems to be the call there as a huge tackle comes in. Or
good shot there from TD.
Such a difficult one when you're under those high balls. We spoke about it earlier. There's just nothing you can do. You know the tackle's coming, but you're powerless to prevent it.
Just got to take the punishment.
Another holding on penalty will give the Oratory the chance to get out of their 22. One launched up into the bar. You can see that crowd packing up ever more on the far side. Bar was closed earlier because of a business meeting that was going on, but I think that might be over now, and I think it's opened up and a healthy crowd is building. as this big day of rugby builds towards that first 15 fixture at 7:30 tonight. We began with the under-14s, moved on to the 15s, and the live games began, the under-16s. A fantastic London Oratory performance, and now here, the second 15s, with London Oratory leading 7 points to 0. And on the attack and in the 22 here, forward goes Raymond Lee. And across the try line they go. They got the early try in the second half that they were looking for. Look what it means to them. They got themselves on the front foot with that outside arc. And then the forward power came through. First from Lee. And then collecting the offload, Zanakin Vitiello Juola from close range. Powers over. Mann's conversion is wide, but London Oratory with a 12-point lead here. Tries early on in both halves. And the Oratory need to find a way to convert some points. Terrific work from London Oratory. When they've needed to, they've been good in making those clinical decisions and those precise plays. Kickoff goes deep, but it's gathered nicely. Campione, the skipper, it was breaking out, but it was him that was holding on. London Oratory go quickly. The Oratory rather go quickly. Sam Miller, the skipper, was the man to take the quick penalty. An early chance here to respond with points of their own, but then it's been turned over by London Oratory. Thought that might get pulled back, it hasn't been, so they break out. Some of the players had stopped as well, but up to the halfway line they go now, and then trying to offload out the back. It squirts loose, but it squirts loose backwards. And still they go on. Digging away. Looks as though there might be a new man on at scrum half actually in this second half. Unfortunately, he swapped shirts. So it'll be a challenge identifying him. We'll try and work that out for you. London Oratory really do have their tails up now. Skipper Campione takes it forward. Still, they nudge forward. The try scorer, Jola, they go. Campione, big tackle comes in on him. But he's starting to see a lot of the ball now as the skipper. Toes of man though, and he can't quite pick it up off them. There'll be a scrum down, Oratory ball. This is a real purple patch for London Oratory. Really tricky one to control that. the great Finn Russell would have had a 50-50 chance of spilling that one. Scrum from the Oratory, get the ball away and then put boot to ball, and there is a little bit of space there. It's well dealt with in the backfield. And the ball is lost. Opportunity here for Bodo. We know how he likes to run in the broken field, and he's going on now, trying to find his way up towards halfway. And then another big counter ruck from London Oratory. Brings possession through on their side. There's bodies all over the place. Referee's playing advantage, I think. Free ball is the shout. But it's loose and it's scrappy and we'll come back. It looks like just for a scrum. The bodies absolutely everywhere at that last breakdown. In fact, it is a penalty. Another case of slightly wobbly arm. But a penalty. And it did look like a penalty, didn't it? And that was London Oratory to send this one up to around about the 10-metre line. Will, what's your take? Sort of 10 minutes into this second half, what's your sort of sense of this opening 10 minutes of the second period?
Well, I think the Oratory boys have started slow like they did at the start of the first half, giving away an early try again, which is frustrating because there's such a good end to that first half. We thought a try could have been coming for them with a lot of constant pressure, but now the roles seem to have been reversed here.
Do somewhat. Oratory looking confident at the moment. Move this one into the back line. And they find half a gap there. Breaking through tackles. Finding some joy while they do it. And now through the forwards they find a bit of joy as well. And again they go short around the fringe. Slow ball as they play off 9. Then a little pop pass just opens up a bit more space. It is very slow possession. They're having to work oh so hard, and then a moment of magic from William Sheridan. With stagnant ball, but the dancing feet do it. And a third try for London Oratory.
Yeah, it was phenomenal feat from that lad to break through the space there and get over the line.
Absolutely wicked step off the right foot to beat the first defender, and then off the left to evade the second. The defence was set and ready for him, but those quick feet just could not be stopped. London Oratory have their third try of the game, their second of this second half. I think we can safely say that kickoff is going to be pushed back in the first 15 game as well, because with 20 minutes to go here in the second 15 game and 12 minutes until kickoff is supposed to happen in that first 15 game, I think we can presume that that's going to be moved back by, well, I hope 10 minutes to allow the commentary team to warm up a little bit, but maybe only as much as 8. We'll find out. Nevertheless, we've got a good game on here. London Oratory leading the Oratory 7 points to 0. But it's been a far closer game than that scoreline suggests. The Oratory just haven't quite been able to get across the line, and largely because of work like that at the breakdown. It's been so difficult to make headway, and even when London Oratory have infringed, it's been well done. It's yielded penalties, but it's not yielded anything more than that at this stage. Seen a couple lineouts in the first half for the Oratory from this kind of position. Ran a bit of a surprise play on the first, went for something more conventional off the second. What do they do with this one? They run that trick play again around the front. They have a bit of success with it this time, surging towards the line. London Oratory all over it at the breakdown, but it comes back on Oratory's side. Half a metre short, if that. Again though, it's huge competition at the breakdown. It might just be turned over here by London Oratory as the shout of fire comes through. It has been turned over. Referee's whistle goes. Says it's unplayable and awards the scrum to the Oratory. But once again, Will, it's that work at the breakdown. It feels like you're under control, and then all of a sudden just the surge comes on and there's precious little that can be done to stop it.
Yeah, stopped again with a huge counter-rock from London Oratory. Boys there, so close. Look, you can see trying to ground it there. But just look at this huge surge here from London Oratory in a second. Massive counter-rock, 4 or 5 bodies piling in there, forcing Oratory players back.
And it was a huge cry of fire, fire coming in, the signal to go and attack that breakdown with a good 60, 70 metres away from the play, and yet you could hear it all the way over here. It's a big scrum from London Oratory too. The Oratory just about hook it back on their side, but again, verging on going off their feet there, London Oratory. Referee may just agree. He does indeed, yeah. So eager to counter ruck. They couldn't quite keep their feet. So the Oratory have a go again. You feel they need to score here. But it's such difficult ball and it's been turned over. Get the kick away, but it's going to be a line out. Only 5 metres from the line.
You can see what the boys are trying to do there, trying to force their way over the line with the forwards. But I think the better play actually would have been to come out using the backs. There's so much space out here in this right-hand side channel. I don't think you can see it on the camera. But just get the wingers, the outside centre away in that channel. It should be an easy try.
They're determined to keep it tight, aren't they? Perhaps the wiser call might be to use the space. Scrum down Oratory ball, London Oratory ball rather. Big scrum from the Oratory, but London Oratory get it away and then it's slapped down. They'll play on though because there's an opening here on the far side for London Oratory to try and exploit it up to the 22. They do. Big looping pass comes in. Rather forces the kick from Mann, but it's a good kick, a contestable kick A kick that's almost going to land in London Oratory's hands. But in the end, it's just lost forward. We have the scrum. But just another sign after a very forward-orientated game in the first half. London Oratory are starting to find the confidence in this game to start exploring a little wider. Big challenge in the midfield.
Yeah, huge shot there, Anithi.
Both sides have been so committed in defence. Again, London Oratory making really hard work of the breakdown and then just getting a bit overexcited by it and giving away the penalty, playing the ball on the floor. I think that the Oratory need to set their body positions lower. They're starting to get driven off because they're trying to sort of bridge over that ball with quite a high body position, and it's just allowing London Oratory to get under them and drive through.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times. Look, you can see it here, body position, a bit too high, coming under number 8 there, coming under, driving Will Hickling back. It's just simple technique.
London Oratory, for their part, when they do get in those positions, they've just got to have the discipline not to infringe once they've made that decision to blast over and pass the ball. Ball lost backwards, says the referee. Oratory continue to attack, but it might have been ripped on the floor by London Oratory. It has been. Penalty is awarded. It was the try scorer, Quincy Aguna and Woki, that got over the ball.
Yeah, it was good work over the ball there.
Ball goes up into the stand there. Really is starting to fill out now. It's quite a slow process of getting the line out going. Both sides really taking their time at the set piece. It was a big carry through the midfield from Lee. Now sniping around the fringes, bit of space there. Through the hands, out to the far channel. Difficult to hold on to, but they do manage to. Tackle, it comes in from the corner, and then the ball is lost forward. That could have been the opportunity for London Oratory to just kill this game off.
Great work there from London Oratory to break down the defence, finding the gaps, finding the space. But I think a good cover tackle there from TD.
It's the snipe round the fringe. Good, patient work there from Dako, the hooker. But the cover comes in. It's really good cover. It's all being played around the fringes at the moment. But that's a strong carry for the Oratory. Again, they keep it. Playing off those rucks. Now they move it a little wider, but again it's back towards that tackle zone. But this time ripped clean through by London Oratory. Referee's whistle has gone though. It was done illegally. And the Oratory will have a penalty. And they've got 10 minutes to try and turn around this 17-point deficit. They go quickly from that penalty. Well, they might try and go to the corner, but instead they try to release RUGBY. There's no bad plan, because he's looked like a threat every time the ball has gone to that outside centre channel. Playing with advantage of the Oratory. And starting to find a couple of gaps. Again, they're under such pressure at the breakdown. It's turned over, so we've got to come back for that previous penalty in the centre of the field. There's a player just being addressed to for a little bit of cramp. Again, they go quickly. Tom Davies, the youngster, was the man to take it. Oratory crabbing in field, up to the 5-metre line, still driving forwards. Getting to ground. Inches short and over the line. Jamie Robinson gets the score, and the Oratory have a lifeline.
Yeah, the try was coming. They were building really well there, using the phases well, keeping the ball, getting over the ball, sealing off. Yeah, just great work there from Jamie just to finish it off, get over the line.
And the crucial factor was they managed to get a string of phases together there where they had control of the ball at the breakdown, and they could actually launch players from where they wanted them. Conversion slotted by Davies to add to the Robinson try. And we have a 10-point difference between the two sides. 7 minutes left to go. And after a good spell, culminating in that try, there'll be a bit of belief about the Oratory boys that the comeback could be on.
Yeah, hopefully this gives the boys a bit of confidence to go out there and just have a bit of grit, a bit of determination, and just hopefully get some more points on the board soon, so there's a bit of time left to come back and win this game.
From a London Oratory perspective, it's all about discipline from this point forward. They've created such havoc at the breakdown. If they can just cut the penalties out and get field position right, they'll feel they can see out this remaining 6.5 minutes. What a 6.5 minutes it could be, though. Breeze whistle goes. We're just going to wait and see what he gives. It looks like it's going to be an Oratory penalty. It is. An immediate crack on that discipline front. The Oratory go for broke. They don't make touch. And London Oratory might make them pay for it. Skipping down that right-hand side. Tackles raining in, that ball is out. Someone's got to go for it, no one does. So the scrum half has a little snipe. And the referee's whistle goes for a penalty to London Oratory. Well, I can't believe no one went for that ball. It was a yard outside of the ruck. Look again. Wizardry on that touchline. Does really well to just crab back in field as well. And the big shot comes up. And then here we see the penalty. Just coming in from the side there. Try to drive the man away. And London Oratory get the penalty. They've pumped it into the corner. A try here would end any talk of a comeback. Ball is lost though. Oratory claim it. They live to fight another day. But they need to get up the other end of the field, and they need to get there sharpish. Keeping the ball alive nicely though. And now Bodo, still going Bodo, still going Bodo, almost up to the 10-metre line. It's been excellent, the outside centre. Now Robinson, the try scorer. They put boot to ball through David, and there is space in there. David's kick is a testing one, a really testing one. Bundled out into touch. Couldn't quite tell which way that one went. Looks as though it's come off London Oratory, and the Oratory will have a line out. That was absolutely fantastic, a wonderful kick. And how about that chase?
Yeah, amazing from Tom there, just to find the space in the backfield, winning us the ball back in a clinical area.
Jay Herbert, the fullback, was the man putting the pressure on there, forcing London Oratory put that ball out, and this is a great position to try and launch something from. Again, it's loose ball at the line out. It does come back on Oratory's side. Well, I say that it did come back on their side, but then it's been lost to London Oratory, whose kick comes in. Referee's surely not going to let that one be taken quickly. He's not. Touch to supporter on the far side. And with 3 minutes left to go, 10 points. Starts to look, I think was the phrase I was trying to say, starts to look ever more comfortable.
That was the time to strike there for the Reading Oratory boys, but just unfortunately again slips out of the line out, just making it difficult for themselves in these clinical areas.
Really good line out that from the Oratory, fingertip stuff. Need to commit so many bodies to the breakdown though. Robinson. Bobo. Up to halfway. Robinson again, seeing a lot of action in this last few minutes. Flat pass, finds some space, cutting back against the grain, up to the 22. Finding the offload, the Oratory almost up to the 5-metre line. But it's been turned over illegally so by London Oratory. Penalty to the Golden Blacks. Now the referee's got his arm out the other way. Decision here. Well, initially he gave the penalty to the Oratory, but it looks as though possibly his arm was just up the wrong way. It's going to be a penalty to London Oratory. What a crucial difference that is. As they pump it up and away from danger. Take a look here. It's Jay Herbert, the fullback, that cut back in. The big tackle comes in. And, well, you see why the initial decision was given for diving over. I wonder if there must have been some chat back or something that forced a reversal of the decision. penalty was indeed reversed. But in some ways, it matters not for the Oratory because they've got the ball back here for a scrum. The clock either in or very near the red. This might just be all she wrote. They'd love to finish it off with a score though. Big scrum from London Oratory though. And once again, they are all over the breakdown like a rash, and they get the penalty for it. Just rewards for a huge scrum.
Yeah, great defence there from London Oratory. Under pressure as well.
They hoof the ball off the field, and London Oratory have the victory. 2 years in a row at second 15 level for London Oratory, and that's 4 out of 5 today for them as well. A fantastic performance. Their work at the breakdown was at times almost impossible to live with, and crucial scores at the start of either half were the difference maker in a brilliant performance from London Oratory. The Oratory gave as good as they got. They gave us a hint of a comeback, but in the end it wasn't to be. Finishes up the Oratory 7, London Oratory 17, and will probably the right result in the end.
Yeah, I think so. The Reading Oratory boys gave it a good go, but I think just that amazing counter-rucking from London Oratory and that this constant pressure in the second half, it's just too much for them to handle.
It feels like a long time ago now, right at the start of the first half, when there was certainly a little bit more light around than there is now. And Quincy Oguna and Woki got across the try line for a 7-0 lead at the break, and 7 became 12 when that man was Anakin Vitiello Juola went over from close range. The Oratory weren't going to go away, and Robinson got a try that just made us think for a moment that there was a chance of a comeback. But it was a chance that they wouldn't be able to build on, despite a couple of opportunities, as London Oratory's work at that breakdown was just too hot to handle. It all finishes up then here at Grasshoppers RFC with London Oratory getting the victory, 17 points to 7 against the Oratory. And stay tuned, because the first 15s are in the tunnel, and we will be bringing you that one very shortly. Do stay with us.
Wake up, boys!
Welcome back then for the final game of the day in this Oratory derby. So far, every game has gone the way of London Oratory. The black and reds. Can the Oratory in this final game of the day, the showcase game of the day, the first 15 game in their gold and black hoops, claim victory? Over the course of the next 70 minutes, we will find out. And alongside me for this one is Jonathan Bonnet. Jonathan, it's a pleasure to have you along.
Always a pleasure, Angus. Always a pleasure to come back, to be asked by Mr. Hennessy, our head of rugby, to come and commentate on here. It's the highlight of my rugby year, if not the academic year for me in total.
Not writing reports.
Writing reports. That will happen. That will come in time. And the school play, I have to say. The school play a couple of weeks, that should be a highlight, but we'll see. Hopefully, this will be more than a spectacle enough for the spectators out there today.
I think you got your priorities absolutely bang on. The rugby's what it's all about, certainly today, because these boys out there have been chattering about this one for weeks now. The excitement has been building. It was a 19-all draw last year. The honours shared. How will it pan out this year? The kickoff hangs high.
Good first kick taken in there by the Oratory. And Ewan Todd shows us how far he can kick it on his left foot. Nice hit there by Callum Griffiths. Jake Jackson tearing up, and just Forsyth can't gather it. Callum Forsyth, you might remember from last year, I was watching the highlights back, his try last year down on the wing. He was fast even in slow motion, Angus.
He certainly was. Brings the power and the pace today.
That was a great carry by Jake Jackson, who started off the season playing for me with the twos and has worked his way up, obviously with that power and pace, to be stalwart now in the back line of the first 15. Probably all that meat he's been having from Blue Tin Produce, where he lives and works with his parents. The finest steak in South Oxfordshire, I have to say.
I hope they're taking us for a free meal there after that.
I've been asking all the time. I've been dropping hints, certainly.
London Oratory break around the base of the scrum. It's a big carry from Samuel Antoine.
The Tappan over the ball. Excellent play by the number 8. He was the captain when he was in the under-16s, and he is giving a captain's performance there, getting over the ball. That is one of the many things that Cian Tappan does great.
8 on 8 there.
And Sompto Monnier doesn't quite find touch there with the penalty kick, but gathers it in after one attempt. Can they find some space? And that's a nice kick there, not quite making the 50-22 from Sompto. And we'll see how the London Oratory fare at their first line out.
Yeah, their set piece has been good actually all day, London Oratory.
Yeah, they've been very organised. All the teams, right from the under-14s, much earlier on. Feel like I've been here hours, and that's probably true.
Certainly is. Set up the maul, London Oratory. So the maul was very
Seems to stall, but he's turned and he's got the ball. Good tackle there by you and Todd. A nice quick line speed, but they managed to get the kick away, London Oratory. Clark can't quite gather it cleanly. And we go back for an advantage there, offside, I believe, is the call.
Yeah, London Oratory will have the penalty. It's been a sort of slightly chaotic opening few moments of the game. Both teams have been building up for this one, as you say, all day. It's been a busy old day. And of course, you've got, as you were saying, you've got a lot of familiar names from last year. I can see you've got a very detailed stat sheet alongside you.
I've come prepared. This is the most amount of work I've done all week.
Who have been the standouts this season? Who are we looking out for tonight? From
obviously,
an Oratory
the name that everyone recognises is Somto Monye, who is the cousin of his famous cousin Ugo, represented England and the Lions. And obviously, for those of you that have been following Oratory rugby for a long time, his older brother Ollie Monye, who was on Wasps books before they went down the pan and is now with Reading Rams. So Somto Monye is our top scorer.
Well, many people will have seen his older brother playing on the NextGen15 live stream earlier this season at Reading Rams as London Oratory start to try and build some pressure and phases here. They've had a little look down the right-hand side and then switch across to the left-hand side, up to the 10-metre line. They go. Little show and go from the scrum half there. McDonnell. And over the ball they went. They'll have the penalty. The Oratory with their hands on the floor. And London Oratory with a bit of a decision to make here. Do they go for the post or do they go for the corner? It looks as though John Daniel Remmer is going to go to the corner. It's bang in front of the post. But it's a lovely, lovely kick.
Yeah, deep in now into Oratory territory. And we'll see how their attacking line-outs. We saw back in their half, they had a good catch and drive. You'd imagine that they tried to keep it tight now, but who knows, maybe they'll ask the backs to see what they're worth. We just wait for the ball. I'd like to thank as well for me being here. It's making my dream. It's Green Up and Wage Stream who are sponsoring us today, and we're also remembering British Heart Foundation and their cause for looking at cardiac risk in the young. We're trying to encourage many people to try and learn CPR as possible.
Yeah, big thank you to those sponsors, and do go and support British Heart Foundation. They do some incredibly important work, as we've heard about earlier on this evening in great detail. They touch the lives in a very important way to a lot of people. The ball not quite straight at the line out, so the Oratory will have a scrum. One you will put in.
Let's see how they fare here.
8 from 8 this season, the Oratory.
And that build from their forward pack. They've got a very strong 8 out there today, with more power to come on from the bench.
Reset on the scrum. Say 1-8 from 8, but under a little bit of pressure here at the start of this one from London Oratory, who would love to complete the clean sweep here at Grasshoppers RFC tonight. And they're putting under so much pressure here. Might even have turned it over.
Now.
Inches from the try line, London Oratory.
Can the Oratory defence hold out here? It's not coming. They had the advantage.
Come back for that penalty. Again, it's a similar offence to what the previous one was for. It's hands on the floor. In effect, going off their feet. London Oratory this time
they
decide to go short.
And they've managed to just stop it short, the Oratory. This is, and they've knocked it on there, the London Oratory. But because there were Oratory players offside.
London Oratory with the penalty, driving short.
Milo Griffith there with a strong tackle there. But the London Oratory do get the first score there. They're number 3. That shouldn't worry the Oratory too much. They wouldn't have wanted to concede so early. They have had a great run of results where they've won by 1, 2, 3 few points. Particularly, they're a 70-minute squad. Going down so early won't be too much of a thing for them.
Yeah, as we see, driving score here from Denzel Ezra Essien, going close, and then alongside him, his fellow forwards powering through, and his tight head, Ace Avenante, getting the try. Early lead for London Oratory. And it's that man, Ace Avenante, that gets the score. And so, conversion didn't quite land, but a 5-0 lead for London Oratory. They really are enjoying themselves here at Grasshoppers RFC. The ball just squirts out of that one. And it's kept in field wonderfully, athletically by the Oratory, and Callum Griffith tidies up, and now Monia just feeds it to Welpton, the skipper, who drives forward. Monia moving wide. And that man Jackson, they could do with getting the ball into his hands as often as possible. Such is the power that he can bring. There's Monia. Leaves those outside him. There's Welpton again, getting through some work, and now it's just moved on one more. But we'll have the penalty, but a good response that to the try, as the Oratory just get their hands on it and get a bit of a feel for possession again. Yeah,
absolutely. They've just trying to put themselves on the front foot, put London Oratory on the back foot there, not letting them get a foothold in this game, and now they can sort of build some field position here as we see the kick go out into touch by Santo Monnier. And then we get to see how the Oratory fare with their first line out.
Certainly do. Almost up to the 22. And that Monnier penalty. Referee just having a word with a few supporters / ball boys on the far side. I think in the main he's just trying to make sure that there's only one ball on the field. I did see them unpacking the balls earlier and they look absolutely amazing. I really wanted to get my hand on one, but felt like I probably couldn't get away with that mid-commentary. It's a good maul this from the Oratory, surging forward, almost catching our camera team off guard as to where the ball had gone, such as the pace that it was moving forward at, as Welpton takes it on, playing with advantage. The Oratory, so they're going to try and put some width on it. Defence is up quite nicely though, so Jackson decides to go straight. Yeah, no, scrappy ball, so we'll come back for the penalty. There's a range of options. Monnier fancies the one at the touchline, which tells you everything you need to know about the Oratory's thinking. They don't want points, they want tries.
And that was a good first line out from the Oratory. They managed to get their catch and drive game going very effectively there, and it was stopped once Kian Tappan came off the back. Very well, an excellent tackle there by the London Oratory player. But we'll see, will they do the same move again. And will London Oratory be able to stop the impressive drive from the Oratory?
All line out. A little bit of deception, but they go to the front. And now the drive comes in, surging towards the line. It's pulled down, but are they across the line? Referee might well go underneath the posts. He is indeed going to go underneath the posts. Penalty try to the Oratory. That means the conversion as well. There could even be a yellow card to follow, and it's the lead for the Oratory.
Yeah, the referee has got his book out.
Well, it was all about that maul, wasn't it? We saw it the previous line out. They surge forward, they get the other one and fly forward again, and the results there for all to see.
Yes, and we've seen that done so effectively by teams up and down the country at whichever level you see. If you can get a good catch and drive on a line out, the rewards are there in a penalty try in this time round. So that's excellent work there by the forwards coach, Mr. Watson, and getting them very organised.
Kickoff cleanly dealt with as well. Monye hangs the box kick up. Just go out on the full. No, the judge not to have been. Or
let's see what the decision is.
The referee just having a little chat with the touch judge, and it has been decided it did go straight out. London Oratory with a chance to very quickly respond to that score.
And I think that is sometimes the consistency that you need after you score a try. You need to do kind of the basics well there, and kicking it straight out. Yes, trying to push for the distance, but as it went straight out, there was obviously now they've got the line out back in their own territory.
And a good line out it is as well, claimed by Lesniak.
Excellent tip ball there.
Kick comes in, unusual option. Could it cause some confusion? No, it's dealt with well in the backfield by the Oratory. But London Oratory with some fantastic drift defence, just forcing the Oratory towards the touchline. It's actually fantastic work.
And another box kick by Monye. It seems they were going to use that option in that area of the field to try and play in London Oratory territory. A lovely kick going in there over the top. Well gathered in by Todd.
Todd, who's had a couple of big moments there. It was him that was helping to keep the Oratory in field on this near side of the field, and then working his way across that far side. But eventually, ill discipline at the breakdown, something we saw both sides in that second 15 game. Allows London Oratory a penalty and a chance to just clear their lines, to calm things down after an excitable couple of moments there. Although skipper Samuel Antoine, the number 8, is trying to G them up, so perhaps calming things down is not what they're after.
Let's see now, the line-out's been a good few line-outs so far in the game. And again, a judge not to be straight there. So we'll have the scrum. A difficult one to see there on the angle. The referee, very good position there.
And in good position is this scrum for the Oratory. Inside London Oratory territory, and with enough of a blind side to force London Oratory to cover both sides. They go to the open side though, and go direct and hard through you and Todd. The fly half built like a centre.
Keep going, keep going.
Find a little bit of space on that outside channel. George Clark, fleet of foot. Monye goes for a little snipe.
Finds Briffett. Can Briffett find Todd? Forsyth, we saw the speed of already. And it's just got a bit messy there. And the penalty goes to London Oratory. That was excellent scramble defence there by the London Oratory. I have to say, all day they have tackled very hard. They have worked really hard in the rucks. They've won a lot of ball, counter-rucking. Very impressive indeed.
Well, it's been a theme throughout the day. The counter-rucking work, the work at the breakdown from London Oratory. It's been so impressive across the age groups. We see another example of it there. Once they sniff a chance, they get all over it.
And so we have another line out.
That same target again, but the Oratory have grown wise to it and poached that one. Can't quite get the ball to go to hand. Have to just reset slightly, but they've got the perfect man in which to launch that reset from in Jake Jackson, laying up a perfect platform for his side, and now Todd just challenges the game.
There is an overlap, but they can't quite find the man, and the ball comes to the side of the London Oratory. And it's knocked on, no advantage. I have to say we are quite blessed with the weather. It is very chilly, but it has been thankfully dry, which makes a welcome relief from some of the weather that we played in recently. I refereed a game the other week where I think I must have given a world record amount of scrums for the amount of handling errors that there were.
I think we've done commentary on a few like that this year as well. It's been that sort of a year. Scrum London Oratory on the 22. Antoine, the skipper at number 8. This time just allows the ball to go wide, but it's loose ball. London Oratory have to tidy up, but they've done nicely to find a bit of space as the big tackle comes in. And now they get a chance to get the exit on, and it's a decent exit beyond the halfway line. Ball sits up nicely though for Clark, who's going to have a think about a counter-attack to that far side. Perhaps could have given it, but he's having to fight.
Excellent chasing tackle there, and there they are in numbers ready to support.
Overlap left!
Oh, that was very sloppy play there by Ewan Todd. Just trying to play the ball too quick, not looking at the options. And now the London Oratory have a scrum and a good field position here, edging towards the end of their own half.
It was a pre-call, heard the shout from Forsyth, gave the pass blind, and just as he caught him out the corner of his eye, he realised it'd been overrun slightly and just let the pass out a bit early to try and compensate. Referee is going to just have this one reset. Just a reminder, if you're only just joining us, it's been a full day of rugby here at Grasshoppers RFC. London Oratory against the Oratory in 5 fixtures, under 14s, under 15s, under 16s, second 15, and now the first 15. London Oratory, would you believe it, have won the lot. But we are in a scrap here in the first 15 game. London Oratory took the lead.
Oh, referee just gets in the way there, but forces the number 8 to turn him straight, and he drives hard. And we come back for the knock-on. So it looks like we might have a back move off this scrum if there is clean ball. Both sides have scrummaged well. Scrummaging as well has been a very strong asset of the London Oratory throughout the day.
It certainly has. Oratory scrum, Monia to feed. Solid enough scrum for them, but Monia has to get it away under pressure though from his opposite number. But now Forsyth moves forward. In fact, I think it might have been George Clark that found a little bit of space there as now they work it through.
Griffith carries and is down. And here we see Rocco Valabona. Pass to Bowers. And he finds Jeffries. Oh, front row combining there. But excellent counter-rucking there by the London Oratory.
Yellow card! Yellow card!
Oratory penalty.
Come on, Cal Griffin.
Surely they're going to go to the corner again. We've seen what they can do. They do exactly that through Monnier. Last time in this position, they managed to engineer themselves a penalty try. Such was the force of their driving line out. Just see they're in from the side to try and compete. They knew that was coming. And now, as the ball is retrieved.
An excellent link-up play between the three front row forwards for the Oratory there. Bowers, Jeffries and Valabona. Valabona is an excellent player. He had a whole season out with an ACL injury, but he's now come back. Now he's into sixth form. Very strong indeed.
Ball is brought down. Really well sacked by London Oratory. So the Oratory will have to reset and use the back line and use Jack Jackson up to the 5 metre line, but it's a brilliant counter ruck from London Oratory, but an illegal one. Monnier goes fast. There's a bit of space on the right hand side. Good cover defence.
They get the advantage again. There was no retreat.
Monnier moves it wide, driving forward, but met by a wall of London Oratory defenders. Ball is in the air. The wrestle for it is on. Referee says it's unplayable. We'll come back for that penalty.
And we'll see if they'll kick to the corner or try something else this time.
It looks as though they're going to go for the tap here. Kian Tapan, aptly named for this particular scenario, is going to be the man to have a go. And in fact, it's a slight dummy around the back. Oh, that's a glorious move.
Archie
Wild is short.
That was an excellent last-minute tackle there. And forcing the knock-on. That was fantastic defence by the London Oratory. Excellent move there by the Oratory, well read. And the tackle caused the knock-on. I think this is a big scrum, having had, it's been about 10 minutes now without a score. London Oratory will be desperate to get out of their 22.
Solid scrum from London Oratory. Just half a thought there about going wide, and then they decided to put the kick in. And the Oratory only too happy to run back with it. That was good work from Griffith. London Oratory managed to bundle them into touch, but as you say, this is an important period for the Oratory to just try and capitalise on the territory and possession.
Yeah, I do think that the London Oratory are having to do a lot of defending here, and they'll want to get on the front foot. The Oratory have been camped in this half for a good period of the game now. But as territory is one thing, points is more important.
Just under 10 minutes left in the half, and that was a tricky line out to hold on to, and it's fallen into Oratory hands. Now they'd love to extend their advantage now as they move it from Monnier to the forward runners outside him. Defence is up to it, but still they move it, and there could be half an opening on the right-hand side, but ball just goes to ground, so we're going to come back by the looks of things for a penalty on this near side, but still the pressure builds from the Oratory.
So now there certainly is a decision to make. They've done their special move, which had reasonable success but didn't result in a try. So will they go from here, kick it into touch? Will they take the scrum? Could they even take the points?
It's as though Monnier is going to stick it in the corner. They've had a go from the far side. Now they're going to look to have a go from this near side. London Oratory did really well last time to sack it, learning their lesson from the penalty try of a few moments before. What will the play be here?
Need a good ball in here, good clean ball, be number one.
Ball is good and clean to the middle. Maul is set. They start to surge towards the line. They break free from it and across the line. The Oratory have their second try of the game and they extend their advantage. That Maul is a weapon and a half.
That was Harry Jeffries, number 2 at the back. He admitted to me earlier on today that he was a bit nervous for playing under the camera, under the lights, but he needn't be nervous at all.
They set up Maul brilliantly. And Jeffries, as you say, no reason to be nervous whatsoever. Does what all good hookers do, loitering off the back of that Maul and getting the try. And Monye stands over the conversion and lands it cleanly enough for a 14-5 lead with 6 minutes left to play in this first half. And there is that scorer, Harry Jeffries. And from 5-0 down, his team now have a 14-5 lead.
And all that pressure, the time spent in the London Oratory half, that has paid off. They have come away with some points. Now let's see how the London Oratory build from this. There's still just over 5 minutes of this half left.
Kickoff received by the Oratory and then returned long into the hands of Gillespie, the vice-captain, London Oratory fullback. Feels like a while since the Red and Blacks have had much ball. And though this is slow ball, I'll just be pleased to be able to try and work a few of their patterns. A little half break there. And they get a penalty from it.
That was excellent. Quick hands, getting over the gain line, right in front of their supporters, who liked it very much.
Line out London Oratory. Just on the verge of the 22. Got a score already to their name. And this really the first time they've had the ball since that score. In all their opposition since then.
The score now would make things very interesting going into half-time in 5 minutes. And obviously is still a lot of time for things to happen.
Really not too happy with the quality of the ball that was offered to him. He wants one of those nice shiny new ones that I saw earlier on. Got his hands on it there.
And why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he?
Brought down by Lesniak. 4-man Maul, and breaking off it goes Antoine, and Antoine then feeds it out to his hooker, Luca Romero Waters. Real competition.
Slightly isolated.
Remmer. Ball is loose. Oratory tidy it up. Monye taking the sting out of things, looking for the box, taking his time.
Yours, Griff! Griff!
Well, talk about determined. Callum Griffin was determined to make the tackle. Unfortunately, the ball hadn't quite arrived yet.
He is known as Dangerous Griffiths, and we got to see a little bit of why there. The referee didn't like it. the yellow card is shown.
Well, I only wish that some of the Southwest trains that I need to use every now and then could be that early. Receives a yellow card for his troubles. There wasn't anything malicious in it. He was just incredibly enthusiastic to make the tackle.
Possibly a little bit there for the afters, maybe. Referee wants to put his stamp on the game. Would have spoken to them before the game about what his limits were, what he wanted.
So London Oratory have the penalty and a man extra to boot as they stick that one up into the 22.
You feel now, really, with just over 3 minutes to go, or just under 3 minutes to go of this half, with London Oratory with a man over the territory they are, right on the 22. They've got to come away with something here.
Key moment in the game. 2 minutes to the break. A man to the good.
Okay, time back up.
9 points behind.
Time back on.
We've got a ball, which is always good. We're about ready to go. Line out underway. Once again, it's that man Lesniak that's the target. It's a good sack from the Oratory. Now they'll look to fly up off the line.
Some excellent hands there.
Gillespie, the vice captain for London Oratory, is going to do it all on his own. Deep into the 22 now goes the fullback. Referee's blown his whistle here.
They look like there were hands in the ruck there, and yeah, very obvious. As we learned from the second team game, if you're going to put your hands in the ruck, you've got to do it on the other side. But really, you should follow the letter of the law.
Well, I don't know about that. There's a fair few open sides that disagree with you about following the letter of the law.
I'm sure there is.
Certain Richie McCaw. But if you are going to get it wrong, then it is better just to stick to the law. I agree.
That was very, very obvious there. Even those joining us who don't understand rugby as much will understand that that wasn't the best thing to do.
Athletic line-out taken below his knees by the London Oratory player. And across the line they go, and it's the skipper, Samuel Antoine. They've got their score just before the break. We said they'd want it, we said they needed it, and the skipper, Samuel Antoine, has got it.
That was a very well worked line out. He is a powerful ball carrier, is Antoine.
Yeah, we got a glimpse of it, didn't we, off that scrum really early on in the game. We saw him pick up and have a go down the blind side, and we've just seen what power he can bring from close range.
And now it really feels like we've got a game in our hands with the conversion to come. Captain calls for them to calm down.
Conversion is good, and the referee blows his whistle for half-time. We head into the break with the Oratory leading against London Oratory, 14 points to 12. Memories of last year's 19-all draw feeling very, very familiar as we head into this half-time break. And we take a look at the story of the game. And it all started, Jonathan, with an early London Oratory try.
Yeah, as you can see, they have got some fantastic, powerful ball carriers in their forwards. They made excellent decisions there, going back the other way.
There was Ace Avenante that got the try. His loose head partner, Ezra Essien, going close.
Excellent body position there from the forward.
And then the response from the Oratory, and it's really much of what's been best about their play has been this. It's been that maul.
Yeah, absolutely. The catch and drive, it was taken down, and then the penalty try given. Most of the Oratory, a lot of the Oratory tries this season have come from their pack.
Referee awarding the penalty try. Of course, no conversion was necessary, so that put them 7 points to 5 in front. And that 7-5 lead would shortly become 14-5 from another maul. And this time, it was Harry Jeffries breaking off the fringes of it for a lovely try that was converted by Somto Monnier.
Yeah, the catch and drive working again there for the Oratory. They get the ball to the back. Left shoulder, Harry Jeffries dots it down.
And at this point, having dug themselves out of that 5-0 deficit, you thought, well, maybe with the tails up, the Oratory have won 8 from 8 leading into this. They've got themselves in front now. Maybe it'll start to come to them even more and even more. But a yellow card and then a real bit of power play from London Oratory. So their skipper, Samuel Antoine, score right on the break. Converted score it was as well.
And that is just excellent power going over there.
It really was. Displayed it earlier in the half, displayed it in big terms there. And with the conversion, it sends us into the half-time break with the Oratory, leading London Oratory, 14 points to 12. Stay with us, second half coming up. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second half here. And if you're just joining us, oh, you missed a cracker of a first half. 2 tries apiece. The Oratory lead 14 points to 12 going into the second half. And it's them that will be restarting us, playing from left to right and getting us started through Somto Monye. And I'll tell you what, we are in an absolute cracker of a game. It was a 19-all draw last year in this fixture, and it doesn't feel far from that this year.
No, doesn't feel far from that this year at all. I don't know how much more close games of rugby I can take after what was a fantastic World Cup recently, with many, many tight games. Obviously, South Africa winning their last 3 by 1 point.
Key start to the second half here, though, for the Oratory. Awarded a penalty, and Monye pumps it into the corner. Sharp work on the floor, forcing the holding on penalty. Worth saying that, as far as my research can tell, London Oratory haven't got a victory in this fixture at first team level this century. Last year's draw, their best result.
And we will see if they can turn the tide of history today.
Certainly will. The Oratory will be keen not to allow that. Line-out's overthrown, but goes to the tail and is tidied up. And they're screaming for it on this near side to us. They think they've got an extra player on the right-hand side. They're going to try and move the ball to it. Defence is up quickly, so they have to go a little more direct. But Monye is still thinking about that wide option. Pass is a little askew, but that may well work out for Forsyth. He's going to have a little nip and a scurry around, and now Monye is going to do likewise, and Monye is across the line for an early second half try for the Oratory.
Monye does what he does best, finds a little gap in the defence, skirtles through and dots it down, as he's proved time and time again this season and last season, and hopefully into the future. He's there with 3 tries already, so that is number 4 of the season for Somto Monye.
Well, the bouncing ball causes a bit of chaos. It always does. Forsyth did ever so well to manage to control that with his foot. And then with the defence at 6s and 7s as a result of that, there is no better man on the field to take advantage.
Forsyth is a very good footballer in his own right, and for those of you that follow Oratory sport, we'll be looking out for him in the first 11 next term, showing those multi-sport skills here on the rugby pitch.
Some have it all, eh? As Monye, who's got plenty of it as well, slots the conversion to go 21-12 in front.
And with nearly 3 minutes played, that was probably the perfect start for the Oratory as they were concerned. But we know, as was shown in the first half, London Oratory will come back strong with their strong ball carriers across the field.
McDonald gets us back underway. Hanging restart into the 22 that's going to be returned by Todd with a fair bit of interest on it. Tricky bounce as well. It's almost going to sit up.
Falls.
Todd almost got his hands on his own kick. That bouncing egg-shaped ball, it causes so many problems.
And I think it's even more accentuated on the 4G. It really bounces up.
Yeah, it really does. It does one of 2 things, doesn't it? It will either sit up really high or it'll skid on.
Yeah.
There's never that sort of true bounce that you get on grass.
As a loyal supporter of the Saracens, seen them play at StoneX many times and seen the effect of that.
Yeah, Alex Good could almost run a clinic on it for people, couldn't he?
Perhaps he will.
Alex Good, an ambassador, of course, for Limitless Kiss. Limitless Kiss. God, it's getting cold. I can barely get my words out. Limitless Kit. Alex Good is an ambassador for, who, of course, are keeping us warm and dry here at NextGen15. There's London Oratory. Stab that one over the top. Could be a little bit of space. It's covered very nicely. But just a warning sign there for the Oratory, just because they've got themselves on the scoreboard early on here in this second half. Their opposition are not going to let this one slip away from them too easily. Good clearing kick comes in. Counter attacking play from London Oratory. Moves them up towards the 22 again.
Good hand through there. Quick ball from the ruck.
And by the way, just to let you know of a shirt change, the number 30 you saw with his hands on the ball, in fact, right now as we speak, is Cortu Stevens, who's switched from the 19 shirt to the 30 shirt. They surge forward once again, those big forward carriers that did so much damage in the first half, starting to have an impact here in the second as they fling it wide. Intercept comes in from the Oratory though. But a big counter ruck coming in now from London Oratory. The referee, I don't even think he blew his whistle, I think he shouted whistle. P might have fallen out of it. But either way, we've got a scrum down, Oratory ball.
And time to catch some breath. And I want to find out more about Limit's clothing, because your coat looks very warm indeed. Is it waterproof? Because mine certainly isn't, so I'm very glad that it isn't raining.
Waterproof, toweling inside, thick, warm, everything you could want from Limitless kit. They're
You had me at toweling inside.
Absolutely. So it is a scrum. I think it's going to be Oratory ball. It is indeed. I can see young Monia there, ball in hand. This, the final game of what has been an incredibly special day here at Grasshoppers RFC, an incredibly special evening as well. Packed out stand on the far side. A big scrum that from London Oratory. The referee says it's going to have to be reset. London Oratory will be happy with that.
It just takes the sting out of the game a little bit. And obviously London Oratory are deep in the Oratory 22. So even though they don't have the put in the scrum, they've still got excellent field position here. The referee's still not happy though with the setting of the scrum.
Oratory back up to their full complement of players as well, I should remind everyone. Back to 15 aside, and I can see on that far side there, Callum Griffith kind of fancies the ball, but it's a huge scrum from London Oratory and they're going to get the penalty for it. Absolutely monstrous scrum.
Hands in there, they had little choice, the Oratory.
And now flying forward they go, and across the try line, Denzel Ezra Essien, the loosehead prop, showing the pace of an outside back, but the power of a front row forward. And he gets them back to within 4 points.
That was an unbelievable score there by the London Oratory #1. Power, pace, perfect.
And just listen to that crowd on the far side. London Oratory have brought plenty of support with them. And that man, Denzel Ezra Essien, is a popular man amongst them. And little wonder, because he has brought his side back into it.
And we knew they would come back into it. It's now a 2-point game.
Yeah, conversion was good as well. And from 21-12, we move now to 21-19. Exceeded last year's 19-all draw, but I tell you what, the sentiment of it is still very much on the cards. This game is anyone's for the taking.
And having played just under 10 minutes, there's still plenty of time left for plenty of drama, as this fixture often provides.
Monye kicks long. Not a bad idea. London Oratory going to look to run it out. Doing so with some success. They get the kick through, but Monye is there to tidy it up, but then it's spilled forward. Does well to manage to avoid being pinged for playing it on the floor, although the referee is still playing advantage, probably for the knock-on though. As dancing around goes McDonald across the halfway line. It's lovely stuff on this near side from Matthias Pelleretti. Now back into something more akin to a structured attack, this from London Oratory. And it's slightly slow ball, so McDonald puts boot 2 ball, but unfortunately just a touch too much.
It's just gone straight out there. Very handy having the assistant refs on the sides.
I was about to say it looks like a bit of a cold job, the assistant referee's job tonight, and then I remembered that they get to run up and down the touchline. We're just stood here.
Yeah. The Oratory very successful with their lineouts in the first half, and we'll see if it can continue. But the London Oratory equally successful, as was shown in their second try.
Jeffries to throw in. It's a little trick play around the front. Jeffries gets it back. Needs to stay in field, but doesn't quite. It was a nice idea from the Oratory, but London Oratory responded to it.
And their supporters, you can hear from the sound of that, they like that right in front of them. If you get tackled, you're only going to raise the noise. Lovely hands there from Keelan Tappan to keep the ball alive. Unfortunately, they ran out of space for Harry Jeffries.
Yeah, it was a very tidy move, wasn't it? All it needed was just for a slight inside angle on the run from Jeffries, just to keep that touchline out of play. Probably need an extra yard on it in this scenario than you think as well, because with that crowd on that particular section of the field as the Oratory poach the line out, London Oratory are even more pumped. There's extra incentive to try and...
Absolutely. It did pay off for them in a game against London Wadsworth a few weeks back, and obviously they were trying to replicate that.
Lord Wandsworth College, who in fact the Oratory have got another game coming up against this time next week in the 4th round of the Vars competition. One that, given their record so far this season, you've got to think the Oratory will be having a think about a very, very deep run in indeed.
Absolutely, but the game against Lord Wandsworth was very tight indeed, and it came down to just 5 points in the end, just to try at the end. And you think Lord Wandsworth will definitely come back stronger. They did previously in earlier rounds against Churches. And it is at Lord Wandsworth, so it'll be interesting to see whether the Oratory can carry on their lovely cup run. But first they've got this game to get through.
Ollie Monye, that's his older brother. Santo Monye is who we're talking about here. Is going to look to help just make today a little bit more comfortable by pumping that one into the corner and saying to his forward pack, hey, go get me another one of those tries from the maul, please, lads.
As you can see there, the London Oratory player just going off his feet. And will they try another trick line out?
Skipper Gabe Welpton patrolling at this line out. Ball just slips through the hands though. And I just wondered, the ball had gone off the field and it had gone onto the pitch that's actually behind our commentary position, which has obviously got a fair bit of a dew on it now with the temperatures dropping and it's been dark for quite a while now. And I just wonder if that had created a greasy ball, because it went right through the hands. And as I've mentioned a couple of times, it's a brand new sticky ball. I just wonder if a bit of dew on it from that pitch on the far side
Absolutely, I think could have given it a bit of a dry on his shirt, but perhaps his shirt is equally wet with sweat. It's been a hard game so far.
Well, I tell you what, if this game's going to come down to fine margins, I might suggest to both coaching staff, send someone to this near side with a towel as the Oratory goes surging towards the London Oratory try line. Digging deep for it they go. 5 meters out on this right-hand side. Crashing up again, almost to exactly where the ball came from.
They've got the penalty advantage.
Monye goes cross-field, using that advantage. Nothing doing though, so they'll come back across for it. And I just think, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think Monye might have moved from scrum half to fly half.
It does look like they've done that. They've brought in Callum Griffiths in at 9. That is a familiar position for him. So they've obviously moved some personnel around.
Well, they do have Archie Simpson on the bench as well, who was playing scrum half.
He pulled out with a back injury. Last minute, unfortunately, for Archie.
Oh, well, Archie, I'm sorry to hear that. I was looking forward to seeing you in action. But certainly that shift has been made, hasn't it? You can see Monye has moved wide.
Perhaps they're looking more for his quick feet in that number 10 position. And using, they've given Ewan Todd a bit of a respite. He has been off school with the flu recently.
Maul goes to ground slightly, but then goes moving forward, and the try is awarded. That forward power once again doing the trick for the Oratory.
And Kian Tappen, another try for the man Kian Tappen from South Africa. That is 8 tries already this season, which is a phenomenal record for a forward. He's always in and amongst there in the mauls, and that was an excellent carry and touchdown.
Well, the maul went down in front of him. It was actually really well dealt with by London Oratory, but Tapan, sensing it falling, just broke clear and surged across the line, and that is a 3rd try.
He has got an excellent rugby brain, does Kian Tappen. He's one of those players, whenever I've refereed him, he's always in my ear asking about certain laws of the game.
Monye's conversion is a clean strike, but it'll just drift left of the posts. But his team have a 26-19 lead. They're a full converted try clear. There's Kian Tappen there, the number 8 and try scorer, takes the high five from his mates. 18 minutes left to play in a 7-point lead for the Oratory.
This game has shown, that the London Oratory will come back into this. We can pretty much guarantee that. They're not going to, I don't think there's going to be a gap built. London Oratory have got plenty left in the tank, I'm sure.
Absolutely right. This London Oratory side going nowhere. Archie Wild collects the kickoff, and Monye does the rest with a clearing kick almost up to our commentary position.
Yeah, unfortunately it was taken back, however. And so it's straight out. Comes down to knowledge of the laws of the game. We talked about Kian Tappen having excellent knowledge. Fortunately, some of the other players perhaps are lacking it.
Presents a very handy opportunity, almost straight from the kickoff to London Oratory. Line out just inside the 22. They've shown that they can mix it from the maul as well. Going for the 3-man line out though, but it's been poached by the Oratory. It's a high-risk strategy. Would have been good if it had come off, but the Oratory...
You could see what they were trying to do with their captain, Antoine.
Monye goes cross-field, tries to find a bit of grass, but it's tidied up by Stevens, who's met by a wall of 3 defenders. But London Oratory have done really well to secure possession there. And I think they're going to get a penalty for their troubles as well, as the Oratory were trying to kick that one through.
Guys, you're pinning yourselves in the 22.
And another chance then to try and launch a play off the line-out. So we just have a look at this penalty here. It was initially really good work from the defence just to get up and allow Stevens nowhere to go. But then coming around from the outside, 2 infringements in one really, in from the side and kicking the ball through the ruck. I mean, the referee, a plethora of options. The option that London Oratory have taken is to pump it into the corner and try and have another go at some sort of move to go towards the Oratory try line. Once again, it's reduced numbers in the line out. Didn't quite work for them last time, but this time it works very nicely. And Antoine, the skipper, breaks around the blind side. He's not got a lot of space to work with, so he actually has to get himself to ground before he's pushed out into touch. So now his mates come in to help him. Keohan, I think that was, taking the carry in, but bundled into touch.
And that was a fantastic tackle. You were preparing for the inevitable there with the London Oratory ball carriers, but Cian Tappan, an excellent tackle.
And I just wonder, I know they keep calling for this shortened line out. I wonder if London Oratory wouldn't be better served, given the power of their forwards, in getting a 5 or 6 man line out together rather than a 3-man line out. Leave a big ball carrier out wide for sure to be able to use on a crash once the momentum goes, but give it a go on the drive and then use that rather than trying to reduce your options slightly.
Absolutely, I think you're right there, Angus. As Oratory pile the bodies in to this maul.
And again, more!
Excellent maul from the Oratory. Griffin wants the ball now, goes to ground, but it comes back safely. He just moves it. Now Monye looks to stab it through, but the kick is charged down. I don't know how on earth Forsyth has managed to gather that one between his own legs, but it's a good job he did, saving his side skin as Monye now gets a decent exit up towards the 10-metre line. It's a tricky one as well and bounces out into touch almost on halfway.
I'd say the London Oratory 15 has been very strong. Knew he couldn't gather that in.
Yeah, he's had a good game, Josh Gillespie, hasn't he? But how about that? Look at that from Callum Forsyth, under all sorts of pressure, bouncing ball, aware of the fact that he's pretty close to his own try line. Very good handling skills to somehow get that one under control.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the beauty of the game, having to juggle this egg-shaped ball.
London Oratory with a fuller line out this time. And do go for the 6-man, or 5-man, I think it may be actually. A lot of movement in it. They go to the tail. Well gathered. Slightly loose pass, but finds a target in the form of one of those big forwards. As McDonnell tries to feed those outside in, but lost forward, as you say. We'll have the scrum.
Both sets of supporters getting very vocal now as the game moves towards their touchline. And the Oratory will be relieved to have the scrum and a bit more of the field position, having been stuck in their own 22 for a good period there by the London Oratory.
Looks as though Monye has moved back to scrum half now. At the very least for this scrum, we'll keep an eye on it.
Looks like Ewan Todd is back on the pitch.
Scrum goes down. The referee's going to call for a reset. We go again. Looks as though we're going to go again for a third time. The referee wants another reset. What this is doing is playing into the hands of the Oratory, who will want that clock to tick down.
As we approach the 60-minute mark.
This time it's a clean scrum, cleanly at the tail of it as well. The Oratory play it out the back, and Forsyth now moves it on to Clark, and Clark is finding some space as Antoine comes across to cover him, keeping the ball alive, back in the hands of Forsyth, but there's an accidental offside, is there?
And it's a scrum.
Accidental crossing, and we'll have a scrum.
You have to say that was a well-worked move there.
How about the effort from Antoine, though? He was the number 8 at the scrum, and it's him that's making the tackle in the 5-metre channel near enough.
Absolutely, did enough to slow down and cause disruption. And let's see if we can get this scrum set quicker than the previous one, which took a while.
London Oratory will certainly hope so. Under 10 minutes now for them to get the score that would level it. And they will want to. They will want more than just the draw of last year. They will want the victory as they pump that one up beyond the halfway line. Clark has a think about a run, does have a run, makes good yards. Referee's whistle goes. I think he just wants to check that Clark is all right after that contact. Does indeed. He's just bringing on the physios just to err on the side of caution.
He might have to go off now just to check his head. That's excellent refereeing there, spotting that something might not be right, blowing the whistle, keeping safety first.
Well, it's been a magnificent afternoon and evening here at Grasshoppers RFC. We're in our 5th game of the day, as George Clark explains that he's absolutely fine. And the physio agrees with him. Been a magnificent day. 5 games, we're in the 5th of them. 4 of them going the way of London Oratory. This one in the balance, but currently in the hands of the Oratory. We've got 9 minutes left to find out if it's going to be a clean sweep or if the Oratory are going to maintain their unbeaten record. As around the blind side goes Tapan, and then Monya, who gives it back in field to Tapan, who's done really well to fend that ball back inside and keep it alive as he got moved towards the touchline. Monya to Todd. Todd just clips it in, and there's a bit of space in that 22, and it's a bouncing, tricky ball to deal with. But Josh Gillespie, who's been outstanding today, is the man you'd want.
And plays it off the floor. Brilliant.
He's been absolutely fantastic, Gillespie, and so too has Stevens, wearing 30 now, having been wearing 19 earlier. Had some big involvements in this second half, so too is that man, Antoine, but he's hit behind the gain line, and so they'll come back.
I think time off now, checking this injury. And just a pause here for the injury to the London Oratory player.
Right in front of that amazing stand, packed full of supporters, as you can see. That bit in the foreground is actually the subs bench in effect, but up on the balcony and right along the touchline, it's absolutely packed out here.
It is always a nice visit to Grasshoppers. They have got a really good setup here and are very welcoming hosts.
ample parking as well, which is always nice.
Excellent, yeah, absolutely ample parking, which in London is something hard to come by.
Not that it's all about the commentary team, but you know, it is nice to get to park right next to the ground. It's lovely. Much appreciated. Oh, an interesting move from the restart as Remmer thumps it from right to left, and it comes back on London Oratory side. I do apologise, I just realised that John Daniel Remmer is actually wearing 10 for London Oratory. I've been calling him McDonald, who's at scrum half, but breaking fit.
Interception.
Archie Wild with the interception. The open side flanker for the Oratory. And he might just have secured this game for his side.
You see the structure goes down. He just waits and waits, gathers the ball in, and no one is going to stop the wild horse that is Archie Wild.
Well, talk about pace. That was exceptional from the open side flanker. First of all, the awareness. He got into the passing lane and just stayed there. But when he gathered the ball, he had the confidence and pace to just put the hammer down.
Number 16 gave it a good go for the London Oratory, but was always chasing.
And this is very intelligent play from Santo Monye as well, taking his full allocation of time on this conversion. This is very, very smart, wise play from him. Made all the better from his side's perspective for having landed it as well. And that moves his team into a 33 points to 19 advantage with about 6 minutes left to play. And it is a long, long way for London Oratory to come back now.
Can't quite gather it cleanly there, Forsyth. It's getting very wet and slippery, this ball. But none of those were not judged as being a knock-on. Griffith seemed to have been held, but not.
Call it, Noah! Call it, Noah! Overlap!
The Oratory players were setting up for the box kick there, but Monye hadn't quite arrived. He's there now. They've just carried one around the fringes to make sure they didn't time out on it, and instead Monye actually gives it to Todd, who thumps it into a bit of space. But in that space is Gillespie.
That's a huge collision in the midfield there.
He did fantastically well to ride that challenge. I just wonder if the referee's blown for no arms on it. I think he has indeed blown for no arms on it. It's almost such a big collision that it made it almost impossible to wrap the arms.
Thankfully, both players up on their feet.
There's another injury. Might be a touch of cramp, actually. There's a couple of players down, having their legs stretched out.
Need to increase the salt in their diet. We'll get onto the catering team.
They'll be thanking you for that.
I'm sure they will be. I will say the lunch was fantastic today, particularly the apple and rhubarb crumble.
You can't talk your way back in now. Though that does sound pretty nice.
It was very nice. Thankfully, no salt in it either. Maybe that's the issue.
We'll restart with the penalty. London Oratory ball, John Daniel Remmer.
Doesn't find touch though. Gathered in by Griffiths.
Clearing kick, reeled in by McDonald. He feeds it to Keating. Keating, oh, that's lovely running from Keating. And it's great work from Coker as well.
But knocked on after all that good work. There's an excellent tap tackle there by Rocco Valabona.
With every single one of these stoppages and every breakdown, that clock is just ticking and ticking and ticking.
It just gives the players time to rest.
London Oratory be thinking, we need to get this moving if they're to mount this comeback. 14 points behind. 4 minutes left to go. McDonald to put into the scrum. The skipper Antoine there at number 8. Now they could do with a piece of magic from him.
We do feel London Oratory have certainly got another score in them, given the quality they've got out there on the field at the moment.
McDonald feeds it. Antoine goes digging. It's a big scrum from the Oratory, but it's moved around, and the referee's going to call for the reset. And the team in gold and black will be very happy with that as an outcome.
As the clock will keep ticking. Bowers has moved now into the hooker position.
Another big scrum from the Oratory. Antoine has to go digging. This time he manages to get it out. Works around that blind side. Almost bundled into touch. London Oratory keep it in field. And will work through those powerful forwards, and in particular there, Ezra Essien.
And he's there on the ball. What is the decision? And the decision does go to the Oratory.
Remmer trying to kid the referee on there, going for the quick one. The referee had already awarded the penalty to the Oratory, and Todd gets that one off the field, and quite wisely gets it very far off the field as well. Sharp work at the breakdown. I think it might have been the big second row, actually, Milo Briffett, if I'm not mistaken, that got himself over the top of that ball. A long way down from up there, but he did brilliantly.
Yeah, Milo's been such an improved player over his time at the Oratory, improving year on year to the point where he's now first name in that second row.
They went for that trick play again. Touch judge has still got his flag out, but he's got it down now. Griffith rather, feeds it wide. Todd is met hard. But if they're smart here, the Oratory, they can just zag this one around and play the clock out. Although, as I say that, they sit the box kick up. School rugby, eh? Oh. And then Keating can't quite bring it under his grasp, and then that is
full time.
The Oratory get the victory. A magnificent victory it was as well. They were made to work for it. London Oratory stayed in the fight. They kept clawing their way back in, but the Oratory, the Reading Oratory, come out victorious, 33 points to 19. It's been a tricky day for them here at Grasshoppers RFC, but in this final game of the day, they found a way to victory, and a magnificent one at that.
Absolutely. You can see how much it means to those players, many of whom this will be their final game against the London Oratory as they're in their upper sixth year. But you can see it's been a hard day for the Oratory school. They've not won a single game, but they won it when it mattered at first 15 level. And that just goes to show the hard work that's not just been put in this season, but in previous seasons and year on year, building strength, getting the boys into the right frame of mind, the right positions, and we are very strong at the top end. And now it's up to us to kind of work our way. How can we build on the success of our first team this year in order to have that throughout the whole school, as rugby is such a strong part of the Oratory school.
A strong part of London Oratory as well. They've been magnificent at every level all day. They were magnificent in this one as well. They got off to a really good start through that powerful try from Avenante. But then the Oratory found their feet, and that incredible strength through the maul started to shine. A penalty try was then followed by another try from it shortly after, as we see the two sets of players applaud each other off in front of that brilliant clubhouse. Sportsmanship to the end, and it has been a day that has been notable for its sportsmanship. Really fair-spirited, really wonderful play from all sides, and really enthusiastic support from the touchlines as well. That man there, by the way, Denzel Ezra Essien, wearing number 1 for London Oratory. Well, yeah, absolutely magnificent, wasn't he, all day? But magnificent were many of those in opposition to him as well. We saw that try there from the maul, and they followed it up not too shortly afterwards with a try from a front row of their own in the form of Harry Jeffries, and once again it was from the maul. He just broke off the fringe of it and got himself across the try line for what would be, with the Monya conversion, a 14-5 lead that they take into the half-time break. In fact, that's complete nonsense. It would be a 14-12 lead that they took into the half-time break, because this man, Antoine, the skipper and number 8 for London Oratory, who was another that had a big game.
Just
all the
power
defeated side.
personified there with the number 8.
Certainly was. It certainly was. So that was 14-12 at half-time. But then this little bit of footwork magic from Forsyth, and then dancing feet from Ollie Monya to just step inside, step off the right then with a little bit of a fend and across the line for a lovely try. And that was the try that felt like it just sowed the seed that this was game on for the Oratory, wasn't it?
Absolutely. But as we said, the London Oratory never gave up. We knew they would come back strong, and with this run, they found their 3rd try of the game.
They did indeed. It was that man we were just speaking about, Denzel Ezra Essien, who closed the gap that Monya had widened. But because of that Monya widening, it was always a long road back. And then the number 8, Kian Tapan, got a vital score from yet another maul. The 3rd try from a maul situation for the Oratory. And that was a crucial one. And then the cherry on the cake from the open side flanker, Archie Wild. A magnificent moment for him.
To put some breathing space, yeah, absolutely magnificent moment by Archie. He is one of the best drummers in the school. He was certainly drumming down the pitch there to score his try.
He was indeed, and that was it as far as the scoring was concerned. 33 points to 19. It finished up. It was a wonderful game. It's been a wonderful afternoon and evening here at Grasshoppers RFC. Always a wonderful host for this event. And they will be hosting again next year. And a big thank you as well to all of tonight's sponsors who've helped to put this evening together. And of course the British Heart Foundation, encouraging as much support to them as possible. Here on Next Gen 15, do stick with us over the course of the next couple of days. Tomorrow night we're off to Kingsholm, where we will be bringing you Cheltenham College against Sir Thomas Riches in a 7:30 kickoff. That is going to be a brilliant derby. That game always goes down to the wire. I don't think it's ever been won by more than 5 points, so definitely come and join us for that one. And then on Friday night, just in case you haven't had your fix of schools rugby for the week, it's off to Bury St Edmunds, where Ipswich and Stowe schools go head-to-head in a double-header. Second 15s at 6 p.m. and the first 15s at 7:30 p.m. So plenty to get your teeth stuck into. But here at Grasshoppers RFC, in the day of Oratory derbies, this first 15 fixture has ended with the Oratory winning 33 points to 19 against London Oratory, as I think we're just about to see the back end of the trophy lift with which we can sign off. So thank you so much to you all for watching. Enjoy yourselves and do join us again for the rest of the week. Thank you very much for watching. Good night.